Recording in progress.
Atchley?
Present.
Baker?
Here.
Edminster?
Here.
Ellencamp? Garty?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Fong? Shribs?
Here.
Okay, the first order of business is general public comment. I have one speaker card. If you have any speaker cards, please draft them. I would like to say during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the city council's and committees' subject matter jurisdiction that are not listed on the current agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. The first comment card I have is Nicola Fry.
Hello. I thought I'd stay just to do this a little bit, and then I'm leaving. Not that I don't love all of you, but I need to get home. I want to thank you, and it kind of comes from myself personally, but also comes from the Senior Advisory Committee. We did not know how important giving our comments to the blue zone or the blueprint would be, but we managed to do it. We did it today in our meeting, our meeting was 9 o'clock this morning. I have sent out all the information through our liaison person, and they got it to everybody as soon as possible. We got it. Everybody submitted comments ahead of time, and then we talked today and added more comments. And all I have to do is correlate it all together and send it on. But I want to thank you for making the point of changing the dates, getting the information out to the rest of the committees and the commissions. I've heard from a number of other chairs of other committees and commissions who all said it was great that they got to input into this document. It's critical for our town. It's critical for all of us who give volunteer time to make our town work, that we got to do this. And so thank you. We really appreciate it. And now I'm going home.
The next item we have is number 2, public hearing and matters for consideration. The commissioners will discuss the ad hoc consolidated recommendations for the blueprint for carbon neutrality. I don't know if Patrick or Rihanna, if you have some opening comments, or I know we're working on some slides to present, so.
Yeah, I think we'd like to start it off with a few comments and then turn it over to the ad hoc. I'm happy to go unless you'd like to, Rihanna.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think first off, we'd like to thank the commission as a whole, but especially the ad hoc for the work that you all put into this. It's obvious from how concise you made it that you put a lot of thought into it. There's that saying about, sorry, I wrote you such a long letter, I didn't have time to write a short one. You obviously took the time to write the short one, given the volume of things that were in here, and also very thoughtful as well. So just wanted to express the appreciation for that. Looking through it as staff, there's some pretty significant changes. So I think given the already mentioned fact that the process has changed, we as staff are going to be taking a look at this and having like our internal stakeholders talk about the volume of the changes that are in here. For example, one of the comments talks about limiting the document to no more than 50 pages, including the appendices. Right now, it's about 4 times that. So that's a pretty significant change, and we need to figure out how we would be able to incorporate that. Also, given the fact that there are other committees, commissions, and boards that haven't weighed in on it, so we want to make sure that the process plays out, that we're not just giving lip service to the other ones. We really want all this feedback and make sure that we're incorporating it, all the recommendations to the extent that we can, and that it works for the document. I think one thing that we've discussed that we're going to try and figure out how to make it more clear going forward is that while this document's being presented on its own in the absence of all the other general plan documents that are out there, it's not a standalone document in that way. There are other elements of the general plan where some of these recommendations show up. So we're, whether it's referencing through hyperlinks or, direct referencing, keeping the documents so that we look at these things holistically instead of in a vacuum. And I think that will address some of those concerns, but we want to make sure that we do that thoughtfully in a way that, makes people feel heard, because I think that was some of the comments that we received in the past months, is that people didn't feel like their feedback was or they weren't even given the opportunity to give the feedback. So we really want to make sure that we're doing that clearly going forward. Yeah, anything you wanted to add to that, Rihanna?
I would like to add again.
And I think Heather Hines from our Community Development Department, our Planning Division, would like to say a few things as well.
Thank you, Patrick. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm here to listen. Also, Eric with Ramey is on his way, so he must have gotten caught in a little bit of traffic, I would assume. And he and I have talked through a lot of these comments, and so we're hoping that as part of the presentation from the ad hoc and the dialogue, we can have some dialogue, because there's some of them that are like trying to understand the why or the emphasis, or there's something similar here. Is the comment because that wasn't enough, or is it prioritization? Or so hoping just there'll be an opportunity for some of that dialogue as part of this evening's proceedings.
Okay, and with that, I have received the presentation, so if you'd like me to start presenting, Anne, the manifestation of the belief that we'd receive it, it worked. And thank you to our IT department for having the Wi-Fi. So if you'd like me to share my screen, I can start that now.
And Anne and Amy, obviously this is a trifecta process, so feel free to jump in as needed. But I really deplore slides that are just words. These are slides that are just words. So my apologies in advance, but it's fewer words than the actual paper. So it's a compromise. And I'll also not read the words. I will try to sort of skim over. It's really, I know all the commissioners will have read the contents, and obviously staff have as well, and perhaps members of the public may have or may not have. At least, yes, they say they have, so that's marvelous. And there's Eric. Hi, Eric. Welcome. Your timing's pretty good. So this is just really sort of a quick zoom through to kind of just remind us all what the content is. And this is a result of, I guess, 3 lengthy meetings, and quite a bit of work in between meetings to really look at not only the individual commissioners' comments, but also comments from a number of other sources that have been shared with us, submitted to the city and shared with us. And I'd say they're probably quite strongly informed, in particular by those from Climate Action Petaluma, So we did our best to boil everything down, and that may account for some areas that need clarification because we're also interpreting some of the material. Okay, so that's slide 1. Let's move on. Oh, and to just say this is the organization of how we put it together. So we have these sort of overall thoughts about the content, and then some comments about the structure of the document. And then finally, which is where we started really, was we were asked to really focus on cornerstone actions. So first, overarching comments, we were asked to propose a title. We have one proposed title. We're interested in simplicity and straightforwardness. Less is more here. Secondly, we felt there was a need to reinforce at the beginning a number of the basic concepts that underlie the document, and also to remove any sort of ambiguity or non-committal language that sort of says, yeah, well, we should really try this, but we're not sure we'll do it. We think we need to be very explicit that we will accomplish these things, because no goal that is approached half-heartedly tends to be accomplished. We also felt there's quite a bit of missing content, and while we understand that there's an intention to address some of these elements, again, in other parts of the general plan, we felt that until that content is in place, this feels quite incomplete, and there's also a need for integration of the content across sections, or I think we like to think of it more as subsets of the document, that we don't view the blueprint as being complete until we have these pieces. We can move on to the next slide. We also think that we need to see things more both visually and also spelled out as a time-based critical path roadmap, that what has to happen first. And again, this is our understanding of the role of the cornerstones, but we didn't find the organization of the document to really facilitate sort of grasping that roadmap in a time sequenced way. We also think there's a need to prioritize some of the low-hanging fruit, as it were, but low-hanging perhaps cost-wise, but high impact. We want the document to be, as you mentioned, Patrick, quite a bit more concise, accessible, and scannable. We want to see more graphics and fewer words. And the rationale for this is that this should not just be a policy document for, let's say, reference on a shelf. It should be something that people pick up and look at frequently, and that includes not just staff, climate commissioners, but members of the public and members, the community as a whole. We think it's really important that this be designed with the idea that everyone who lives and works here is the audience for this document. And with that in mind, we particularly feel there should be a very short and graphically rich executive summary that should be out there in the public realm. The last point here is that there are a number of both countywide initiatives and initiatives happening in the larger public realm that we can leverage to our benefit and to the benefit of other organizations that we might collaborate with. So we'd like to see a more explicit recognition of the value of that collaboration. Next slide. Okay, so structural recommendations. We felt a need to see the information presented in a particular order that had to do with kind of how the building blocks need to be laid. So an introduction that's really short and to the point, that sort of says, okay, here's how big our problem is, and here are the main components of it, and then moves on rapidly to address those components. And in as much as consumption-based emissions or indirect emissions are the largest component, we felt that should come first before the others. We also felt that adaptation actions are also extremely significant, as well as being synergistic with many of the mitigation actions, and that content should then follow. After that, we'd like to see a real statement about how the city as an administrative body is going to accomplish all this. And so spelling out the strategies for staffing, funding, accountability, engagement, education, partnerships, much earlier in the document, because this is the how. And I think that's something that's going to be very important to the public to understand how the city is going to tackle this very big challenge. And then the further action plans, and within each action plan, again, we wanted to see a visual timeline. What happens in what order? And with the cornerstone actions, of course, preceding those that follow. We felt that the water measures fell into two very distinct buckets, so to speak, piped water and then natural systems water, so rainwater, stormwater, floodwaters, and so forth. And that those belonged in different categories. Piped water belongs with buildings because that's mostly where it happens. And natural systems water happens in natural systems. So that seemed more logical grouping to us. And then finally, we felt that a lot of the narrative that's currently provided as sort of the obligatory background information, more detailed information that appears elsewhere, for example, in the climate emergency framework, could be relegated to appendices, again, in the interest of having the heart of the document be pithy and really action-oriented as opposed to background and more, I guess, protocol-oriented. Okay, we can move next. Before I go on to cornerstone actions, do either of you guys have anything you want to pitch in on here?
I was just going to add the executive summary we'd like to propose also be in Spanish.
Thanks, Anne. Amy, anything? Okay. So cornerstone actions, there are 19, so bear with. We don't have them grouped under these headings within the document we submitted because we are more trying to sort of mush them into roughly a priority order, recognizing that, of course, the order that things happen in reality is going to be kind of a function of how they get parceled out among city departments and how they are integrated with the workload of those departments. But that explains why you'll see some of these out of numeric order, because in presenting this information this evening, I thought it would be helpful to, again, dump them into some buckets. So in the first bucket, administration and planning, we'd love to see the position that Rihanna's vacating elevated to a director level position that has broader authority and probably a bigger budget and bigger staff because we see this as being a really paramount priority for the city. Secondly, we felt that it would be great to have a stakeholder group of high-level players to participate in the development of a budget and finance plan. We'd like to see staff retreat, gather, and themselves work on, okay, what's the how-to? How are we actually going to mobilize ourselves as a body to get this stuff done and make sure we have the resources to do it properly as soon as the blueprint is finalized? We felt that we need some numeric things to hold our feet to the fire, which would require establishing an annual greenhouse gas emissions budget that encompasses all of the activities that are either run by the city or controlled by the city. We felt that an accountability system, again, looking at those time-based goals, needs to be put in place. And the issue of carbon offsets came up, and it was proposed that we do allow carbon offsets, don't allow carbon offsets. And we felt that the sort of appropriate lens through which to look at this was that if we were going to rely on anything outside the city boundaries for addressing our greenhouse gas goals, that should only be done within the bioregion and should be looking at how we manage the land resources in collaboration with all of the other regional entities to see if that's something that can be done in such a way that, just to use common parlance, we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul, because offsets can often do that. Number 5, looking to the general plan to make sure that as it emerges will reflect best planning practices, because we've seen a real outpouring in the community of support for the concept of 15-minute neighborhoods and all that that represents in terms of climate goals, and that all of the other planning and zoning documents, legislative stuff needs to be updated accordingly. Next. Okay, moving on to education and outreach. We'd love to see a brick and mortar climate resource center that covers a whole range of things, not just energy and buildings and so forth, but water, waste, food, the whole gamut of things that all have an impact on climate. And that be a place that anyone, a resident, a business owner, a contractor who works elsewhere but also works in Petaluma can come for information, ask questions, drop a note and ask for further research or resources on things. Tall ask, but we think it's important. We'd like also to see a robust awareness program that's focused on consumption-based emissions, recognizing that a lot of consumption-based emissions are not within the purview of the city to control, but that the city does have an obligation to influence and to educate the public on the importance of consumption-based emissions and what that means, what actions are available to members of the public. And you've already heard our thoughts about the executive summary, so that's 19. It's our capstone piece, if you will. Moving on to transportation. This is the first of several items that has many sub-actions, which I thought we'll leave all the fine print to those of you who I know have read this, but developing and implementing a complete streets plan. And one of the things I think that we felt was particularly productive was this nesting of a number of actions under some of these bigger captions, that a complete streets plan really encompasses many other actions that were proposed, perhaps many of them in the blueprint as it is now, but also proposed by others in the public and on the commission. Number 9, we'd love to see free bus passes go to all low-income households, which are designated through the utilities as CARE and FARA customers. And similarly, we'd like to see a low-cost EV charging program for renters put in place as rapidly as possible, recognizing that that access is problematic. Next. Okay, clean energy. We've got single items here on these 3. Clean energy, we would love to see all Petaluma utility customers transition to 100% clean energy sources. We're not able to tell you how to make that happen. A few magic wands may be in order, but we think that would be a very high impact action should we be able to achieve it, and hope that we will, that there are some magicians out there. Buildings. We'd like to see a pretty broad scale program for buildings that looks not just at efficiency and clean energy upgrades, but looks at these things much more holistically. So we want all electric, but we also recognize that there's a need for some weatherization. There's some remediation work that is required to make some low-income homes even eligible for weatherization assistance. So there's a whole gamut of things that really should be looked at very holistically rather than singling out. Yes, we want to electrify. Of course, we all know we want to electrify. But if we do that, for example, without addressing some of these other issues, we can be really baking in the need, for example, for higher capacity heating, ventilating, and air conditioning equipment than otherwise would be needed. And of course, that all has resource demands and emissions implications. Within natural systems, I think this was actually maybe our longest list of sub-actions fell underneath this one, which was to establish this department within Public Works. I think really this focuses around the recognition that Public Works has historically had more of sort of a mechanized a view of stormwater, for example, and park systems, and viewed them as sort of places for people to put play structures and concrete and so forth, and that we really view this as important as imbuing a much more holistic, human-centric, and nature-centric view of the role of public works in managing wild spaces and more manicured spaces and recreational spaces, but all with an eye to ecological function. And Anne, you may be able to add some more color to that. Okay, thanks. Next slide. Okay, city leadership. I could have bumped this up to the administrative stuff, but these fell lower in our list and seem to be kind of a chunk all among themselves. We thought it was important that the city really demonstrate a leadership position in order to demonstrate viability to the private sector, particularly in some of the building and transportation actions. We also would like to see the city really toot their horn, really make it obvious to the public what they're doing, how much is being accomplished over what period of time, and just have that information front and center for as many people and businesses as possible with the greatest frequency possible, because awareness is one of the biggest challenges we all face. 15, establishing a legal and code task force. We had a number of folks point out to us that there are quite a few existing standards or pending standards across a wide range of issues that, were we to adopt or adopt even ahead of state timelines, for example, we could really make some headway, because a lot of that policy language is out there in the public realm, and we'd like to be leaders in adopting it. And then we also felt it would be a great role for the city, whether directly as the city per se or through some sort of a partnership, to develop a community-wide public carbon gardening program, because there are many, many benefits that go along with this. It's highly visible and can be very effective in coalescing folks in neighborhoods and school communities around the idea, the role of carbon sequestration and the benefits that go along with it. Next, and I believe last slide. Water, we spoke a little bit about water earlier, about the desirability of kind of parceling that out in other departments. But one action we particularly felt was important was to create some incentives that would provide a motivation for reduction of irrigation water use, and also prioritizing the use of other on-site water resources prior to potable water whenever possible. And then finally, we have another multi-list, our adopt and update waste and pollution ordinances. And this has a lot of different dimensions to it, so I won't go into it, but there's a short laundry list representing a much longer one in the document. And I'll take a deep breath and see if my comrades here have anything to add.
Was there one more?
19 was up there with the earlier ones. Yes. Oh, so you were checking to make sure everybody's paying attention.
I mean, I could just say I'm glad that Eric and Heather are here today. I mean, I think, we made an effort to, kind of stay in the same language of cornerstones, and, acknowledging that there are a suite of documents coming with the general plan. Some of the things that are more adaptation oriented or land use oriented, we still want them listed as cornerstone actions, so that even if they live in the general plan in more detail, because I think people need to see, understanding that it's a climate emergency, what we're saying needs to happen, in the short term. And so if we kind of just don't say a bunch of those things in this document, it's very incomplete, and then you miss a lot of the co-benefits that arrive in, like, the complete streets planning or the natural systems planning, where you're getting all these adaptation benefits, but you're also improving your usability of the street system, and you're reducing potentially hard pipe stormwater costs and encouraging people to walk more. So there's just this inevitable interrelationship between these elements, and it's hard for people to appreciate why they should spend money, why we should spend money as a community to do these things when they're not seeing all the benefits. I think that's part of the reason why we wanted to reorganize the document, was to push forward, kind of the solutions and the benefits, so that, the average person maybe reads the first 20 pages. We want the most important stuff to be there. And, a lot of the setting the stage stuff maybe doesn't really need to happen in this document quite as much as it is, not that it's not good material. It's just that as a blueprint, that we think it should cut to the chase faster and be more of a working document than a planning document.
About that, or a clarification? Is this appropriate, Chair? So the thing with the adaptation, while I get where you're coming from with that, so I'm trying to think of ways to do that, is the blueprint is out ahead of the general plan, and we did that because we've got 2030, and so when the general plan and when the sea level rise and the flooding modeling and stuff took as long as it did, we wanted to get the blueprint kind of out in front, and so that's why they peeled apart. So I'm hesitant to wait on the blueprint until we're done with the adaptation in the general plan. At the same time, we could have like a placeholder, and once that's there, we could update and slide in those, those actions, those adaptation aspects that are adopted with the general plan. We could slide them into a placeholder. At the same time, I keep coming back to the 50 pages and we're adding more, not less, but so that would be, the way I can imagine doing it as a later add-on once we have that done with the general plan.
Tell me what you guys think, but I think that the statement of the issues with adaptation, we already know which are going to be, we think anyway, the most significant impacts here. And so, making some statement of those and general approaches and where people would find those solutions in the general plan. And then, I think it would make sense to come back. But if you're saying it's a plan for climate action, does need to include.
Right. And that's originally it was a climate action and adaptation plan. And then when we got the timelines and we were trying to move forward the greenhouse gas aspects of it ahead, because that's, the pressure of 2030 and trying to get out ahead some of that, and knowing that the modeling that we needed to do to adequately do the adaptation was slightly behind, but point taken.
Yeah, and I think the piece that kind of got lost a little bit maybe in translation was when we did the framework, we talked about adaptation and social resilience. And so really in this effort, we were trying to pull the social resilience back into this document.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think they're in tango, and so it needs to be, I think, more explicit, that these are impacting certain community members over and over again, and therefore how do we address that, because those are the impacts that we're trying to avoid and or soften,
Yeah, I think the other piece is, as I mentioned, a lot of the building measures actually are adaptation measures.
Yeah.
And so, recognizing, we're all very well aware that the adaptation piece is out there behind. And the concern would be that when it catches up, that we weave it back in and make sure that we're addressing those measures, again, holistically, and not saying in one place, do these things to, for example, improve weatherization. And meanwhile, some electrification is going on and then they don't line up, right? That would be very costly in money and delays and so forth. So
Okay, I just wanted to kind of like make sure we were all on the same page with the timing of the adaptation and the.
Can you
blueprint.
speak to my understanding is it's going to be included in the emergency element of the general plan. Is that accurate or?
We are working on an adaptation framework.
Okay.
So that's we haven't necessarily like every single element isn't hammered out like we're doing these elements, but what we are in the process of doing right now is we're developing the frameworks that are the policy behind the different topics. We're also simultaneously starting to work on the land use alternatives. And again, you know, kind of to Patrick's point, all of these things come together to create the complete picture. So it's hard to look at the land use maps without the policy. It's hard to look at the policies without the land use, you know, so they all will come together as a complete picture. So I don't know that I can speak to which element it's going to be in, but we have a adaptation framework, policy framework that we're currently reviewing now that we have the flood and SLR modeling.
Yeah, and like some of the graphic in the blueprint document that shows, you know, when you see when we expect to see extreme heat really hit, you know, it was like 26C or something, and those kind of graphics when they go into the adaptation framework, I think maybe make a little more sense because you're responding to those. You're trying to get ahead of those impacts, you know, so you have a little more room in that document to show those timelines on the different impacts and then, you know, back up and show, okay, how we're preparing for those with these measures.
I'll just say, speaking for myself on the adaptation topic specifically, you know, I do have an appreciation that, you know, this document should be or is going to be completed first, and that is a separate aspect of it. So from my personal perspective, I understand that it may be a different activity, but the thing I want to stress is the importance of this body engaging in that work. And so that's, to me, more important than this body engaging in that work in the blueprint itself. And so that's somewhat of a distinction and somewhat of an opposing view than the ad hoc. But certainly I want to, you know, state that preference is I would rather have a clean and clear adaptation section that this group works on in some way, along with whatever the group or ad hoc of the General Plan Advisory Committee is. And if we were to if I were to craft somewhat of a cornerstone action around adaptation, it would be spreading and promulgating knowledge of the regional work on the topic. You know, there's an entire industry dedicated to this, the Regional Adaptation Forum, what the San Francisco Bay Conservation Agency is doing, the Northern California Regional Adaptation Forum, the statewide, you know, there's thousands and thousands of people working on this topic, and to think we can distill it into a chapter is ambitious, you know, but I do think what we can do is highlight the work of those groups. You know, this is Petaluma's role within the Bay Area Regional Adaptation Group, right? And so getting people to the right information is important to me, what we can do in this document, you know, and I have a couple related comments throughout some of these cornerstone actions. But I did just want to make that comment specific to adaptation. It is a somewhat different view. And I guess any other commentary on the adaptation topic specifically?
Yeah, I largely echo your sentiments there. I think that part of what Commissioner Edminster raised is really critical, which is that, you know, these things go hand in hand, right? So if you weatherize, if you're insulating, you are adapting, and we know that, and that's okay. I think we can say that somewhere in the document, but I do agree that the purpose of this document is really focused on reducing our greenhouse gases. We have a process that's going, you know, that's in play. I think it's okay to mention as part of our cornerstone actions that adaptation plan be developed, but getting any deeper into it without having the actual assessments done, I think to me, might be a bit premature. But I take that either way. I can definitely see that side of it. So appreciate it.
Councilman Shribs, do you have any thoughts on the topic?
Just on adaptation, just talking about that one, I would agree with what you said earlier about the importance of adaptation. On my optimistic days, I'm thinking, oh, we're going to help lead the world and everyone's going to reduce their carbon emissions and we're going to be in a better place. And that's really great for this document. We're all going to reduce our emissions. On my pessimistic days, I'm going, is it going to make that big of an impact? And, oh, we better get ready. It's going to get worse and worse. The models are not yelling loud enough about what could happen. So on my pessimistic days, I'd say adaptation is more important than us actually all our actions, because all our actions would be overwhelmed by trying to adapt to what's coming. So we need to do both, but are they separate? Not in many ways, yes, but in many ways, no. So this is where they have to be kind of weaved together as well, but a separate chapter on this. You said regional. I totally agree. The regional levels of actions need to be stated. But there's adaptation that we can do here locally also in conjunction with what's happening regionally. So if we can do that adaptation, have that maybe a placeholder right now in this document, but make sure that's in the general plan and then include it in this type of document. That's one of our actions. How do we contribute to the regional efforts for the larger efforts when you're talking about the water and temperature changes that are coming? So anyway, I just thought I'd support you on that, and is where we need to go. So it needs to be inclusive, even though this document, we have to recognize it is all mostly about emission control.
Yeah, I'm hearing somewhat of a consensus on the concept of a placeholder for adaptation. I think Councilmember Shribs makes a good point that somewhat the document is missing. Somewhat of the public feedback we've heard is that the concept of mitigation is a waste of time, and we need to focus all of our resources on adaptation. And that, I think, is a large minority viewpoint in the public, in that when you see the work we've done on McDowell and people are talking about the little tiny green things that they're going to crash into, we need to speak to address the positions that some detractors might have. And so that, I think, is an important element that's missing is, if we aren't speaking and having an adaptation plan, we need to at least recognize that some people think adaptation should be our first and only priority. And how do we address that in a, important way and somewhat neutralize some opposition to the important work of the blueprint. I guess, Heather and Eric, did you have one other dialogue in terms of some of the other sections? Would you like us to have a dialogue first? Yeah, do we want to take it somewhat by the slide sections, or do you want to?
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all this evening. Thanks for having me this evening. We have lots we can go through with you through sections by sections to just get some clarifications and kind of discuss some of the points that you all made. I don't know if you all want to discuss things first on the dais and then we have a discussion, or we just kind of go through. But I think, to your point, it might just make sense to kind of just walk through the slides kind of in the order that you laid them out. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, okay, let's do it. Yeah, no, I think they're going to be standing here for, somewhat of a while.
I hope you have comfortable shoes.
I just meant that we shouldn't have go all the way through with our comments and then have them go through that.
No, yeah.
And then public comment too.
Yeah, I think now is a good time for a public comment. Okay. The first public comment I have is for Andy Schrader.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to say the document was like astonishingly well done, and so much work. Yeah, as he mentioned, you know what? I don't have enough time to write a short letter. That you guys took a lot of time to write a short letter, so it was well done. I just want to talk about adaptation versus mitigation quickly. I think one of the misconceptions about adaptation is that it's going to get a certain amount hotter and then stop, and then we're just going to deal with it. The problem is, generally, globally, as long as we continue to emit greenhouse gases, it's going to keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So it's kind of a false solution to really focus on adaptation. It's important, but I think at this point in history, we need to devote the majority of our resources and energies towards mitigation. That's all. Short.
Okay. Should we go by the slides, I suppose? Oh, okay. The next speaker is Deb Fox.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to also acknowledge how great I found this document in summarizing so much of what we heard. As I mentioned in our last meeting, I ran a bunch of reviewer sessions, and so much of this highlighted what we heard from experts in our community, and really emphasizing that these cornerstone actions really rise up the measures that are essential for us to reach our goals. And I heard that in almost every session that I sat in, and those are the 365 documents that were forwarded to Rihanna that reiterate a lot of what is listed here. And so I just want to make sure between that and what was submitted from the Climate Action Petaluma, that all of that goes, it's like there's a lot of feedback that confirms what has been so eloquently outlined here as the measures that we really need to be focusing on. And so just want to make sure that those things are all heard and contributing to really making this document be the document that we need to have our community engaged in doing the actions that are needed to get us to our future that is sustainable for us all. So thank you.
Patrick, I was just thinking if we might want to put up the actual cornerstone actions as opposed to the slideshow and walk through them, just because they're more detailed. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah, bear with me for a second while I pull that up.
Or unless you wanted to start on the overarching, where did you guys want to start?
Start on the cornerstone action.
Okay.
Before we do that, the proposed name change, I like it. Does anyone would? Okay. Great.
That was quick. You get to go home now?
While we're waiting for the cornerstone actions to be popped up, I just want to also thank members of the community who might be listening at home and here. We got a ton of really great comments, and what we've been doing and we've started to do is to put them all into one large table, and we're kind of organizing them and summarizing them by sections of the plan that they relate to. And then we're making recommendations with city staff about changes we'll make that are specific to the plan. Some of those are tiny little line edits. Some of those are whole new programs that aren't incorporated in. Some of those are about timelines and process. So those things will be coming as well as part of this process. So all those comments that we received from community members will also be reflected in the revised draft of the plan itself. One of the things that I think maybe just to start on the question of the cornerstone actions with your recommendations, one of the questions we had just kind of initially is are these intended to be in addition to the cornerstone actions that are within the plan? Are they intended to replace those actions within the plan? There are some actions that are consistent with the cornerstone actions that were presented in the blueprint. They're almost one-to-one. They maybe use different words, but they say the same things. Many of them are just pulled from different areas of the plan that maybe have a different timeline overall. But we just wanted to hear a little bit from you all about your process in the selection of the cornerstone actions and how you see them interacting with those that were initially incorporated into the blueprint.
We did propose them as replacing, and as you say, there's certainly some there that mirror the ones that are already there, but when we scanned them all, these were the ones that we felt were actually foundational, right? In other words, they need to happen to enable subsequent actions to happen. This is not to say that there is not further refinement possible or that we've not overlooked something, but that was how we approached it.
And that the cornerstones that you had proposed are still important. We just didn't feel like they were necessarily foundational or were going to drive as much change as we needed. So not saying that those weren't good ideas, just we didn't think they were the most foundational ones.
Asking some questions. That's helpful. Thank you. So some of them are the recommended actions that you all recommended. A lot of them are action oriented. In general, I would say that's the case. Some of them are more strategy based. So for example, I'll just give one example. Ensure the updated general plan reflects best planning practices. That's more of a kind of a strategy than an implementation action. Whereas our implementation action was the implementation of the general plan plus its subsequent code and ordinance revisions. Mm-hmm. So that might be a language thing that we'll want to kind of just clean up and make sure things are consistent as we move forward. And that's just one thing I wanted to highlight. There are others like the recommended cornerstone action around.
Do you want me to pull up what the ad hoc put together, or what's on this? Okay,
yeah,
I wasn't quite clear if it was.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
If you could list them by number too when you're talking about.
Absolutely.
That might help everybody.
Have like a marked up version. So then one like 12, action 12. Those are all components of the actions that are included with the plan. And what you all did was take 10 actions or 15 actions and essentially rolled them up into one program. And what we had kind of proposed as the foundational component of those actions was identifying and the funding mechanism to help homeowners and businesses actually implement those building level changes, whether they're efficiency or electrification. So what we did was take a component of it and say, this is the most important component of this larger and broader strategy to improve buildings. So I want to just kind of reflect that back because I think it's a little bit different than how we kind of initially put them together overall. And I don't see them as oppositional necessarily. I just see them as kind of a different approach of the things that we kind of identified through this set of strategies.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a chicken egg character to this one, I think, because definitely the money has to be in place for any of it to happen. But on the other hand, we have to have a pretty comprehensive understanding of what needs to be done in order to understand what the funding, how big a pot we're looking at. And I think there are a couple of other components that we tried to weave in here. One of which, again, is that there was very little about non-residential buildings.
Right. There
was not much said about efficiency, weatherization, and so forth. So it's really just sort of trying to make sure that we're drawing the circle around the whole set of concerns in the building arena. That has to be stated, I think, clearly what our scope is in order to get to how big is the budget and where is it coming from.
Great, and that makes sense. And we agree. I think there's a couple of comments from you all about not enough on non-residential buildings, maybe, and then actually we got a number of community comments about consolidating, electrification of existing buildings and energy efficiency. Those all make sense when you start to piece them together kind of overall. And I think it will help kind of tell that story a little bit better.
Oh yeah, I was just going to add to what Ann said is that we use the word program like in that number 12, and the idea of the program is like, yeah, how you're going to approach the problem, who are our partners, what's our funding mechanism. So it's kind of like pushing toward, looking at how you're going to get it done, and so that word is pretty critical, I think, in several of the cornerstones.
Great. Okay, thanks. And I probably shouldn't jump around. I should probably do this a little more strategically and go straight down the list.
If I guess are we gonna only have one bite at the apple on if like number 12, for example? Do we want to comment on that?
Yeah, I was wondering about how we're doing this. I mean, does it make more sense to go one by one? Or
Yeah.
It seems like we're kind of jumping around. Not anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be a question to the ad hoc, some bit of feedback, and then a commentary from the broader committee, and then move on to the next point. So
you want to go back up to number 1?
Let's stick with number 12. I'm sitting next to someone who runs these types of programs as their day job, and someone who has worked in these, I do think the word program is important, but to me, that's almost why I would vote to not have this on there is so many people have tried and failed at these programs since, the CEC's loading order, back in the 80s. And so, I was going to save this comment till the end, but tomorrow the county is working on releasing the plan for the countywide building electrification action plan, right? And it's like, we should latch onto that train. In my opinion, we should latch onto that train, versus, having a brick and mortar stop to do it in Petaluma. And so I agree that we should have
maybe a strategy.
A strategy would be a better term, but now is it not a cornerstone action? It's a strategy. So how do we work with that? But again, the electrification of buildings is hugely important, but should not be done at the city level. And so the cornerstone action should be more related to number 2 of let's get the stakeholders in the room and identify who are the partners and who are the partner meetings that we're going to go to so that we can spread this information down. So, Dave, you want to?
Oh, yeah. And I think I also latched on to some of these words like program just because I've been in the program world forever. So this is not to impugn what you're trying to accomplish with the comments, because I think that I actually look at this and I go, hallelujah to a lot of it, right? But if we say program, it's a very specific thing, I think, to a lot of folks in the city world and the consulting world about, okay, well, this is going to be an entity that is funded, has a budget, it has certain components. And so I think a strategy that accomplishes the same goals around incentivizing and implementing the holistic, efficiency, et cetera, right? That's fantastic. And I think having more robust language as part of their cornerstone actions is great. And so I think there's ways to merge the intention, but by just changing a few words, and we'll get there. Hope that made sense.
Councilmember Shribs, thoughts on number 12? Or I guess the buildings topic more broadly?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm going through this right now because I'm actually applying for permits for an ADU to do electrification for a garage conversion. And so I'm running into this right now. Right now it is, I've got to pay consultants over $2,000 who are just going to monitor and advise and do it just for the electrical energy. And then we have the city staff, which is also going to come in and do that. So that cost is only going to be $1,100-1,200. So just to get the efficiencies down, just do this conversion, addition, whatever. It's a small 300 square foot change. And then the cost of the machinery, but there's a whole bunch of rebates out there. So just this process that I'm going through is not easy. It's hugely time consuming. Decisions have to get made. Don't have a whole lot of help to do it right now locally. So I think we really need to streamline, and I've talked to the city planners and builders about this. We need to streamline, make things easy as part of the program, give advice and have advice readily so they can give more advice than maybe what they're willing to give right now, so they can actually suggest things, not say, well, go look out there. There's plenty of things to go look at, but actually have lists of suggestions. So we need to do a much better job of helping the individuals, because each one on our own, trying to make all these changes, I'm finding to be very difficult. And I'm a retired guy with lots of time on my hand. So more than just a program to incentivize, we need to change the structure of which we have here in how to make this transition. And so I'm thinking of streamlining a whole process. So I'd rather talk about processes and strategies to streamline rather than just programs, because programs sounds generic to me. So that's sort of like what my input is on number 12.
Happy to help you, by the way, since if you want some technical help.
Do we want to have any more discussion on 12 or the buildings topic? I know we did sort of roll a lot of cornerstone actions into something that I think is meaningful, and I think there's some feedback we've provided, but I don't know if there's any more thoughts or commentary before we move on. Okay. Yeah, I guess should we go to the first one, number 1?
Yes. So the first one is about staffing. So it is always hard when, and I recently had this conversation with Relief about the tree preservation ordinance for a specific position to be called for. So often we stop and say, well, what are we trying to accomplish, as opposed to saying it has to be this position or in this department, or what are we trying to accomplish? So totally understand that this is elevating. This isn't going to happen if there's not staff and if staff aren't empowered to make those decisions. But that's my one comment about director level position. Maybe it will be a director level position, but I definitely can't stand up here and say that. And that's part of a budgeting process and a staffing process and, city management and city council allocation. So that's the one thing with that. So trying to maybe elevate that, but look at rewording it to be a little more fluid to the importance of having staff available, the people power behind the things that have to happen. That's kind of my comment on that one. I think it's a comment more than a question.
Yeah, and I think I'd echo what Heather just said. I think we totally understand the what of that comment. Like we understand it needs to be elevated. The staff needs to be empowered to make meaningful change. The how, I think, is just where I think we as staff would recommend that there be flexibility for us as staff to figure out how that happens. But the what point, absolutely well taken. So.
Comment on that?
Sure. Yeah. I tend to agree. I honestly, it's kind of funny because she's in the room. I think that person is Rihanna. I mean, not to say that it's a director level position now, but I deal with cities all over that have no one in their staff at all that's dealing with climate. And the fact that we have a climate action manager, although very sadly she's leaving, is a testament to how serious the city takes climate action and the way that all projects are seen through a climate lens, and there's been a lot of really great action taken at the city level. I think with the again the kind of the intention of what this is trying to accomplish, I do agree that there should be some more power vested in that position, so that it allows them to be more effective. And I think that could help accomplish that goal. And you never know, maybe there might be grants or something to beef up that staff. But I think we've really made a strong statement by having a climate action manager. And I'm so I think that's something that we may want to look at how we say that language in number one, so that maybe it's just like empower that person more or something like that.
Just to shed a little more color on that, Heather, great point and comment on that. I think one of the things we were really trying to capture was the importance of having the city staff culture permeated with the climate sensibility, and to really, again, elevate it in that way. And certainly having a director level position isn't the only way to do that. So you could think of it as sort of shorthand for what we really think needs to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Understood.
I would just add that, just in has it been 4 years of this commission, we've seen a real evolution of the amount of staff resources that have been devoted to this. When Patrick first started, I don't know if you want to guesstimate on what percentage of your time you were able to devote to this cause, and then it's been extremely helpful to have Rihanna in the climate action, in her role as the climate action manager. And I think what we're saying basically is we want more, and we want that person to have more power, over budgets, and in terms of kind of, pushing departments to work together and pushing timelines. Our realization is that if it's not somebody in the city manager's office or somebody who has a really high level position, everyone has a really busy job at the city already. Everyone has a full plate. And so we feel like it should be somebody who's, this is their role to make this happen, or it's 2 or 3 people. This is their role to collaborate to make this happen.
I'll just add my comment. I think agree on the flexibility and just seeing the consent calendar, the job classifications that always happen. Maximum flexibility is key, because there's a whole universe of staff classifications which we want to avoid. The second comment I want to make is there maybe might be an and here, because when I hear director, then I think maybe we want this person to be part of the Urban Sustainability Directors Network, and we want to be in the Climate Friendly Mayors Camp, and we want to have a leadership position. And so that, I think, is maybe part of the ethos of the director level, is that we should have a, insert flexible name position person, and they should be part of the Urban Sustainability Directors Network or whatever, and join those groups and speak out on behalf of what we're doing, to Dave's point, that we are taking a leadership position here, and let's be proud of that. And, part of number one should be having that element as well. It's not just, we're having this person so they can tell, so-and-so at the staff level to go ride their bike, It's no, we need to have this person so that they can have a platform, and we want to give them the platform to speak.
Okay, so when I'm hearing this discussion, I'm also hearing our city manager sort of in my ear going, okay, so what does this look like when it comes to council? And what does it look like when we talk about budgets and budget planning? And so right now we get a 400-page binder full of budget and projects, which are almost completely dominated by engineering infrastructure type projects. So one of the things we may want to consider is, besides having a person and doing it at the social management, also we need to look at a budgetary management issue, and that the budget binder has all these projects in it that are engineering also needs to have maybe a chapter about climate change action projects that need to be equal to our infrastructure projects, because they're going to have to get compared as to which way we're going to spend money. Are we going to repave a road, or are we going to do something more in green and plant trees if we have a choice? What's the choices that we have? So projects that are, especially if they're going to be budgeted, funded, and focused on climate action, need to be part of this big binder of budget and be equal to engineering. We got a couple of pages on this project, this project, this project. Well, they need to be highlighted as in a chapter. These are the climate action projects, which may or may not be necessary infrastructure engineering projects, but there are projects anyway. So having that as separate categories and listed within our budgetary process is probably even as more important than our people who's in managing and controlling process. So that if once we say, okay, let's make a chapter in our budget binder for climate change actions, or at least notate which ones are going to be climate change actions meeting these goals, it's going to be critical in this process in order to get any real traction, because it's all about money. So I thought I'd just bring that up as when it really hits when it comes to the council. That's what we're looking at is the big book of budget.
I think that's a good segue to number 2. Patrick?
If I could just say, I think I really appreciated the comment on it being a value of the organization, part of the culture, the emphasis on climate action. Not to say that we wouldn't want more resources as well as people to help do the work. But I think that really resonated with me as it being kind of a culture building cornerstone action. Because if you have, 400 climate champions working, everybody kind of focused on that, elevated to a high level in what they do in all their job functions, that's much better than having 2 or 3 people who's exclusively focus on that. I think that spreads that over a lot more, and I think it accomplishes much more. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think that was a great suggestion right there.
Okay, I guess for number 2, did you want to provide more color commentary on your thoughts behind this? This is a pretty meaty one. It's also the budget and plan we're talking about here is different than the actual budget. And so now we're somewhat conflating 2 different things. One is the implementation plan of the blueprint. One is how do we get climate action into our budget? And I will say, covering each of these numerical things here, we should be cognizant of the previous cornerstone list and the things we're leaving behind. I didn't get a chance to cover that, but there are some things on that list that are near and dear to my heart and would be prioritized over some of the ad hoc lists. So, one of them is, I think it's a cornerstone action. It might just be a regular action, but the work to incorporate climate action into the capital improvement plan. Mm-hmm. And to me, that is super high priority and somewhat related to number 2 here, but also the broader stakeholder group and budget and maybe what is the future of the blueprint.
So a couple that's a good, kind of clarification. The other thing is, I don't think we know how we're going to pay for all of this right now, right? So it's going to be a process, and it's going to be, budget items in the city's budget, but it's also going to be grants and figuring out, how to get more and more grants. And you get that grant, and great, and that shifts maybe your priorities a little bit because you got a grant for this, but you didn't get that grant. And, it's going to be, it's going to be a process, and we're going to be figuring that out as we go. And we've already, in the past couple of years, I feel like the cities, and probably Patrick or Aaron can, even give some kind of number to it, but the number of grants that the city is going after now compared to 5 years ago it's a complete shift. So there is a lot of different creative efforts to try to get to where the city's vision is when we don't have the money in our general fund necessarily. So I again kind of look at this one and trying to figure out, there's some of it that gives me pause, but I was thinking it was like a stakeholder in the city's budget process, and it just gave me, I wasn't sure what kind of it's trying to get at. Is it trying to get at prioritizing funding in the city's budget to make these things happen? Is it, so I guess I'm trying to, again, that the specifics of the language versus what are we trying to achieve with this one?
I can try and answer that. I think our intention was, knowing that all of these things are expensive, not all of them are expensive, but they need resources and they need attention, would be to actually put together a cost assessment of, what we think it would cost to implement these things, and then look at what monies that we have available, what the delta is, what we don't have available, and what we think potentially could be resourced through grants or, collaborative programs with the county, for example. And so rather than just being reactive to grants that are coming out or anything else, to actually look at it and go, okay, we think this is going to cost in the realm of this, for all of these things. This is what we have. This is what we need to go get. And so, and because some of the cornerstone actions, like, the building resources or the, even the natural systems or the urban forestry can partially be done with partnerships, or with the business community. So that was kind of where the stakeholder comment was coming in. Like, the city doesn't have to do all of it, but the city can help structure what needs to happen, and then what the budget looks like, and then, so does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. Okay. And that is some of what happens in terms of, okay, here's our priorities for the year. What needs to go? What do we need to do to make these happen? How much staff time is it? How, what are the other expenses to it? What funding do we have? What funding can we go after? And who can we partner with? This year we've partnered a lot with Cool Petaluma on, the electrification efforts and the outreach efforts, and that has been an amazing partnership. When I looked at the cornerstone action about the, carbon gardening campaign, I immediately thought of Daily Acts, and some of those partnerships. So I do think that is happening already, but point well taken of kind of that helps to kind of clarify.
It increases kind of the accountability in a sense too, because the public doesn't really have any window into seeing, what the total budget resources look like for putting together, to actually implement a plan like this. So, like, we don't know what monies are not available, or what monies could be available, or what partnerships. And so it doesn't have to be, I don't think, as detailed as a, line item budget, but I think that the idea is to be able to wrap, so that people can kind of wrap their heads around what the enormity of this effort is, what the delta is, like how much money do we need to raise and where is it going to come from? Because I think part of where we're driving this whole document is that the city is like the symphony leader or something, but you don't have to do all the work, and so how can we structure partnerships, with Cool Petaluma or with the county or and really think about that to kind of make the whole effort more effective. But you can't really do that unless you kind of think of your role as like, okay, how can I, quarterback this, or what are the plays? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll add a little bit of color to that too. There was, I think, the shorter letter, of course, necessitates abbreviating a lot of stuff. And part of what we're trying to capture here is this sense that Normally, a city budget process is like, it's the accountants, beavering away in an office and, talking to all the department heads and stuff. But it's like, of getting the larger community to feel responsible and engaged. Like, this isn't just like, oh, staff, just do your thing and it's invisible to us and you only hear from us when we need a pothole filled. But more like, this community is amazing. There are amazing resources here and people connected with all kinds of, foundations, nonprofits, high wealth individuals. It's like, how do we tap all that? Is maybe opening the doors a little bit to the process and saying, this is all in. Let's get it's all in on figuring out where to find this money instead of just on the backs of a few people on city staff.
I personally love that. I think that's great. I think that's much more of a process related cornerstone action than is what is listed in the text here. Somewhat speaking to Councilmember Shrib's comment earlier, I do think the budget now has a somewhat decent climate chapter. We kind of had to advocate for that for a while, and here we are. I certainly think some of that in the budget should go into the blueprint and the things should talk to each other. But to Commission Member Edmonster's point on the process, my understanding of the current budget process is, at least from last year, there was, I think they were called Climate First things or something, right? So that came, I don't know where those came out of the sky from, but they did and landed in the budget document, right? And then I was like, well, that's not a climate action, and then so the opportunity to provide stakeholder input on things that might be considered climate first is maybe what's in this number 2. At least that's it for me, is like, how do we make the Climate Action Commission a stakeholder in the budgeting process? The question we asked directly to the city was that was not the case, or at least that's some of the feedback I have heard. And so how do we modify that? And then also, how do we recognize there's the budget process and there's the goals and priorities process? And between those two things, the city is able to get to 10 or 20% of what they want to do, right? And we're talking, at least at the last goals and priorities workshop, it was like, hey, how do we keep this to 10? And if we do these 10, we're going to solve homelessness, right? And here we are, we're like, okay, and now we need a budget to also solve the climate crisis. And so what I'm a little bit reinterpreting is, how do we get more people to be stakeholders in the budget process? Yes, but somewhat just the broader goals and priorities process. How do we, every year the city council has a goals and priorities workshop, and last year we had 50 things, and I remember when it was at the fairgrounds and there was, it's like the city does a great job of doing that every year, but it's like, the Climate Action Commission is presenting like the 3 things which could be help prioritize, and so that there's always a seat at the table in the budget and goals and priorities to advocate for things that are priorities, because these lists of 19 things is going to be different next year and different the year after. And so I think at least what I am advocating for in number 2 is that there's a clear stakeholder process related to climate that is introduced into the city's efforts, the budget effort, the goals and priorities effort, some of those other things. The last thing I'll say on this is like the word budget specifically, to me, that is already a mind share and conversation that we need to shift people away from, because the largest source of funding for climate action is in everybody's operating budget. And it's converting their operating budget from things that create GHG to things that don't. Okay, but when you say budget, that immediately people think of capital improvements or one-time costs, right? And so the word budget
can have that connotation. People don't think of their monthly electric bill as what is my annual budget. You know, that's just a anyway money type of expense. So I think reframing how we talk about spending plans versus budgeting plans might be effective.
Thank you, Chair. So I kind of want to pick out where in the Venn diagram I can definitely see some agreement, and that is around transparency and stakeholder inclusion. So to me, yeah, having a more transparent process that shows, I think, when the public can see, like, hey, we want to do this thing, we don't have the money, we're looking for it, is a good faith. It shows the public the good faith that you're trying to solve the climate problem, and you're doing what you can. I think some of this is impossible to budget for or create a spending plan in its current form. I think there's just too many unknowables, and things change constantly. I mean, if this was 2021 and we were talking about this, there'd be no IRA. We just saw that the governor is slashing climate funding from the budget due to budget shortfalls. So, trying to really pin some of this stuff down can be quite difficult. That being said, I think that the more it's transparent to the public and having a stakeholder process, having an inclusionary process that brings together all the talent that we have, not just in the city, but the county and the state, will benefit this plan.
Okay, I'll just do a time check here. 8 o'clock already. So, yeah. So I think let's maybe get more feedback from the guests we have here, and maybe go for another hour and take a bio break. And hopefully we don't have to vote to extend this meeting past 11. That's at least my preference. So, yeah. So, okay. 8:30. Okay.
So, and I'm happy to, that, I don't know exactly, like with all of these, like it's good to get the feedback, get some clarification. We'll go back, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it as a staff. We'll talk about it with Ramey. We'll look at different options. So that helps to kind of get at what the intention is with that. So thank you. I'm going to do 3 and then I'm going to hand it back to Eric, but 3, I think I mean, again, being so specific that it has to be a professionally facilitated staff retreat versus I think what the intent here is to get the culture that permeate the culture, get people together, get people understanding what the city is doing, what the vision is, how they are a part of it, and it is how I'm reading that. So I'm less, I hesitate in having it be so specific on exactly how you're going to do that.
Notice we did say or similar process.
Or similar process. So, but I don't think I have any real specific questions. I think we even had some of that in the staffing, staffing and planning.
That's what I was going to say. The staffing plan was pretty good.
Yeah. So I think it's uplifting some of what's in that into a cornerstone action is how I'm taking that. Okay.
Yeah. I'll say briefly, because this is a public facing document and this is Cornerstone Action 3, I think maybe part of what we're trying to get is like the staff is on board too. And it's not like we're going to tell you to ride your bike and then police is going to get a bunch of cars and burn gas and all that. And it's like, we're not going to have good feedback from the public if the staff isn't agreeing to some things, and what we can get them to agree to is a whole nother matter. But I think that's part of it too. It's just the staff is on board and we're communicating that.
I would just add to that the staff is on board, but also the staff is aware of the emergency. Mm-hmm. Like that they're every day thinking about it as an emergency because that's what it is.
And also engaged in crafting the solutions. I think that's hugely important, right? That this isn't seen as something that's being imposed, but rather something like, okay, we have a mission and we're going to figure it out together.
Thank you.
They really go together, 2 and 3. It's like, how are we going to do this?
Yeah.
We need to have a sense of where we need the money in the budget, and then we need to plan for staff resources and collaboration.
Okay, number 4. I drew number 4. So this is the GHG budget for city and private entities, the accountability system, and then a policy about investment in sequestration in the northern coast region. Let's start with A. One of the things that this plan does, and we did as part of this process, is inventory municipal emissions for the first time. There are significant holes in that emissions, which have been pointed out by community members, which some of them we knew going in, where there are data gaps in the reporting process. So some of the early actions that are included in the monitoring program, there's a section in Chapter 5 on municipal reporting and monitoring, are about strengthening those data collection efforts and then better monitoring them over time. And that will really help you to establish that budget over time. But right now, I would say there are probably significant holes in that data, and that kind of those first actions can be really focused on those collection efforts, establishing the protocols that you do internally as city staff, and figuring out what the measurement tools are you're using to do that overall, particularly for municipal operations and capital improvements. So that's the A part. The B part, again, this falls into the monitoring and reporting. I think that's very consistent with the actions that were listed in there, and that's just lifting those up, and that makes good sense to me. And then the C part is more of a policy question, I think, about where you direct your funds for sequestration in your efforts overall. And I think it can be a good goal to do that. I personally don't know how limiting that would be if you're just focusing on one subregion of the state or even within the state itself for those projects. But it's certainly something that I imagine that staff could take on as an action to really understand where those opportunities are or aren't within the subregion right now and how those change and evolve over time, right? So I think there's a component of it, which is what's happening now might not be what's happening at 2030 in terms of those opportunities for sequestration, and whether it's marshlands on the coast or whether it's forestry in different parts of the region, right? So those are just a couple of thoughts generally on number 4, but from our side, and I just want to hear your thoughts on those as well.
Well, one of the holes that I personally have been really focused on is the fact that construction of both buildings and infrastructure do represent a pretty significant piece of the consumption-based emissions, but a lot of the documentation that we rely on, for example, the Berkeley report that was done for Bay Area Air Quality Management District only looks at household consumption-based emissions. And so it doesn't show up either in cities' direct emissions or in the consumption-based emissions data that we've been given. But I did a little bit of digging, and it looks like that is pretty close to, it might even exceed, household fuel use as a contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So it's non-trivial, and we need to figure that out. And because that is a set of activities that the city controls, it's worth knowing. So
I think I was just going to add that, so that was kind of like, and then setting budgets for carbon emissions in different areas, so that we have clear targets. We're trying to get to this by 2028. We're trying to get to this, so that we have some sense of how we're meeting our goals or not, and so that's kind of what this this particular cornerstone was meant to do. And I think just kind of talking briefly about the structure, I think the idea was, instead of the cornerstones living on their own in a list, that they get into the chapter, they're at the top, and then the other actions and strategies flow beneath it, and so you can kind of relate to the urgency that's established by the cornerstones, and then see in that chapter how those things are flowing together.
I guess I'll add my thoughts. This is maybe a question, but does the blueprint mention that we will eventually have a budget and reduce to that? I mean, I think it mentions a baseline, right? But I certainly think we should be very explicit that we will, at the right time, have a budget and work towards reducing that budget. And
Yeah, right now, I think we just have where we are and where we need to be, but no sense of like, are we talking about a linear reduction? Or are we talking about ramping down slowly and then speeding up? It'd be nice to have, even if we know that that model, whatever model we choose presently is probably flawed, to at least sort of have a sense of maybe 2 or 3 scenarios. Maybe one of them is linear. We try and do, the same amount every year. Maybe another one is start fast and slow down. Actually, that one looks the best if you look at the analysis from the experts, is if you can reduce faster sooner, that's sort of a technical term, we have better results than if we start slower, et cetera. Anyway, you get the picture. It's like the area under the graph looks very different if it's this way than if it's this way. So it's really important to sort of at least have a notion of what we're trying to achieve on a year-by-year basis and what are the contributions to that. So like how much are we trying to carve out of infrastructure? How much are we trying to carve out of household consumption-based emissions? Even though we can't control, we can only try to inculcate a mindset around that. So what are we looking for in each of these areas? And what does that mean in terms of where we are now with our current practices versus how those practices need to change?
And I think the importance of a budget, not like the most accurate budget, but a budget. And maybe it doesn't need to be a GHG emissions budget per se, but like in the budget now, they have how much diesel and gas and everything they're spending, and that's already very clear in the budget. But on the number 2, the accountability system, I think that language could be softened or modified a bit. It sounds a bit like a stick. And I'll tell you, in my day job, I work with the largest corporations on earth and the only ones that are doing anything. The CEO is saying, where is my climate action? My budget is my annual bonus is dependent on meeting my budget. Okay. And that accountability system is a carrot system for city staff to have part of their compensation be tied to meeting the city's GHG reduction targets.
That was harsh.
So, that is a bonus structure that is going to be very complicated to roll out. But when we talk about accountability systems and what's working, that is one of the few things that is working at an international scale, is tying personal compensation to meeting and exceeding budgets. So that's more of a accountability system and, employee compensation scheme that's going to take probably way longer than I think we can anticipate to make happen. But I personally think that's very effective, and less effective is the stick approach of like, you have done a bad job. And, there's certainly within the city context, not much you can even do if someone is failing in their accountability in this topic. So, and then the last one, my first opinion was that like this should be not under number 4, and number 4 like isn't even really in action anyway. But because we're talking about a budget, and really the only feasible way I would say currently to meet our 2030 budget would be to include offsets. Again, I don't necessarily recommend or agree with that, but I think the reality is that offset purchases would be required to meet our budget as a business as usual scenario today. And so to me, number C is more about in our budget making process,
we should have a question of should we start budgeting for this, yes or no? And if so, include those dollars in our staff reports when we're making decisions. You know, we are going to purchase this biodiesel tractor and it will have 66% less emissions. However, the remaining 33% will still go into the atmosphere, and the cost to cover those will be X, you know, within the approved carbon offset, you know, purchasing policy. Again, I think your comment was that this is like a somewhat specific policy statement, which I agree with the policy statement, but I don't necessarily think it's in our interest to be that prescriptive at this juncture. And we should have a whole Climate Action Commission meeting on the topic, and it should go, you know, eventually up the food chain, just as it's like, what is the city's offset policy? You know, to me, that's, I think, as important or more important is the city's work on creating a policy and our work in supporting that. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, the only thing I would like to add is on 4C. That quite doesn't belong in this area, but it belongs in even more, it's a crossover to adaptation as well. And the areas I can think of, the practical applications of this is because I'm on the watershed committee for Petaluma, both the collaborative and also the North Bay region. So there's two areas there that cooperation is needed with the city. There is the ag and open space, which may have a lot to do with the lands around us, as well as the county ag and open space. The county has a lot of control over what's immediately around us in our watershed. And also we're working with the fire department, both at the county and locally, on a new fire tax that we were talking about for the wildfires. So there's all these things which all pretty much deal with C, which is the investment in carbon sequestration and how that is going to happen on a regional basis, and getting the city to be more in tune with what's happening regionally and supplying them, because you have to pay money to be part of all these different organizations and to participate in them. We need to enhance our participation and seek out more collaboration, more grants, and have more input into the county in our watershed, because the county has a tendency of looking at the other watersheds more than ours. So we need to speak up. So that needs to be at some sort of in there as a goal, that we are going to do more of this regional work with both the county and regional agencies and other cities that are working regionally together to make this all happen, because it's going to take, this is where you have the carbon sequestration as well as the adaptation, as well as preparation for wildfires and the like. That all is happening there. So that needs to be in there somewhere. It doesn't quite belong in here, but we need to budget for these things, as well as man the different committees going forward, and actually to seek out more attention from all of the various sources of help that we can get. So this needs to be in there somewhere, but maybe not here directly.
Thank you, Councilman Shribs. I'm kind of usually a kind of a lone voice on this one, but while I agree that we need accountability, we need to have some measure of success. Having really, really accurate accountability of GHG emissions is really, really hard. Really, really, really hard. I've been doing this kind of work a long time, and the amount of time and money and effort it would take to be as accurate as we would need to be, I think we're better off having a general sense and having our plans meet goals as best we can, and not worrying too much about getting it exactly right, because we never can. And I think there are so many co-benefits to what we're all trying to accomplish here, as far as like increased biodiversity, lower NOx emissions, people being healthier because they're bicycling and walking. I mean, there's, it goes on and on, that yes, emissions of greenhouse gases are the ultimate goal, but I just think that having a really robust emissions regime is maybe not as critical as getting the actual work done. and I know that's I'm usually a loner in this regard. And then I love the concept of regional sequestration, because I agree that a lot of sequestration is usually double counted and kind of greenwashing. And I agree with Councilman Shribs that having a regional sequestration strategy, maybe not quite as specified as what's in here, but just having that strategy and being an important part of the plan is critical, because sequestration is vital for our goals. Thank you.
Number 5.
This one will be an easy one. Number 5 is consistent with actions 14 and 22 and the cornerstone actions already. So we can move on, unless there's any other comments on that. Good on that? Okay. Number 6 is the resource center. We had a cornerstone action which was similar, which was number 6 in our cornerstone actions as well. Ours did focus on energy resources, as was pointed out, and this would be an expansion of that. I think that seems like an appropriate situation. I think you might consider some flexibility about whether it's brick and mortar, whether it's online, whether it's pop-up, whether it's a combination, that you can be kind of flexible and adaptive to the circumstances at any time to do kind of those things. And we've worked with cities that use their library, for example, as that resource center, and others that are popping up on their main street when there's a vacancy in the building, right? So I think there's a couple of options, but maybe some flexibility around that specifically overall, but definitely like the idea of expanding it to include more resources on water and sequestration adaptation, right? I think those are good.
We did think it was really important that there were live bodies available for people to walk up and talk to, because there are a lot of people who aren't necessarily very comfortable using technology. And obviously a library is brick and mortar, so that solution could work potentially. Pop-ups. We also had in some of these other measures the idea of, in community activities, live events that very consistent with that. But definitely real people, face-to-face conversations, hugely important.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo, maybe it was, Councilmember Shrib's comment, like, I've been doing a building as well, and it's kind of bewildering to me, like, where are the rebates, and what do you need? And it's like, oh my God, if I'm struggling with this after 4 years of this conversation, I'm sure most people are, and so we got to make this easier. A lot easier.
I will say, like, the we in that, I think, is the most important. I personally don't think a single resource will be effective at this, and that resource, if they were to exist, would be very expensive. And so to me, this is more about, like, what is the training that we can give our staff so they can direct people to those collective resources. When I first read this, I'm like, why are we going to recreate Santa Rosa's Advanced Energy Center? Like, I don't want to do that. What I do want to do is give people a bus pass to go to the Advanced Energy Center, and that's not happening, and the Advanced Energy Center is sitting there, beautiful, like, people have been there. It's an amazing place. Nobody in Petaluma knows about it. We should not replicate the Advanced Energy Center in Petaluma. We should have Sonoma Clean Power come here and, bring people there or whatever, annual bus trip there. I think what I'm getting from this is, like, the stakeholder groups, the importance of regular and timely resources versus, like, you could just come in off the street and, like, have all your questions answered. That'll be great when we get there, but, like, that's not going to happen for a long time, and it's like, oh, because just the county, they've been trying this for years. Oh, go to the Windsor Regional Public Library and learn about energy storage. I go to those things. There's like 5 people there, maybe 20 on a good night, and 5% of those people
go and do anything, So like that mechanism of having people with questions go and show up and like they'll have a magic experience and get all their answers solved is aspirational. What I think Petaluma has done a great job of is like when Cool Petaluma did the resource fair, it's like the city staff didn't need to know a lick about climate change. They need to know Cool Petaluma is having a resource fair at the community building on the 15th. Go there. I'm sorry I can't answer questions today. So that is showing up in number 6 as like the partnership with the stakeholder groups and like the sharing of resources and information. The staffing piece of it, I have concerns about. And I think, I certainly think there should be more frequent and better Cool Petaluma resource fairs. And so if we can advocate that as a cornerstone action, or at least modify that and maybe in a flexible way, like I think those things are great. I think more internal knowledge about how the staff can share what, resources exist, I think is appropriate.
Just to respond, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I pretty much agree. It would be nice to have a resource center. It costs a little money. If we can talk Sonoma Clean Power into actually taking care of it and doing it for us, that'd be great. But if we have to do it ourselves, pay for it ourselves, I think you're right. Maybe there's other ways, more pop-ups on a regular basis might work. And a lot of face-to-face is necessary, at least for that part. But it also needs to be supported with a permanent database somewhere that's easily accessible. And it has to be Petaluma specific. So I've been talking to, as I'm going through my process, I am talking to the planning department and building about some, they have an online permit. In other words, to do a lot of this work, you have to get a permit to do something at your house. And so I'm talking to them about, okay, how can we make it easier for homeowners to step in, see what's going on, get the right advice, to do the things they need to do, and to follow the codes and regulations to do things. And so the process right now, because it's a fairly new website and is running into roadblocks and poor link, all sorts of issues at the moment that need improvement. But the goal would be, once you have an idea, I want to do something, I want to upgrade my furnace. Okay, then you go to the web. You'd find out maybe when you're talking to somebody at a center and you get motivated and after 3 months later, I want to do something. Well, they need to be able to go to the city website at least, or the city building department here physically, who then show them what to do. But there needs to be a place on our website that also has all this information as to, okay, if very simply, if you want to change your water heater, these are the steps. This is how you do it, and here's where you can go to find the resources you need to get it done. Whether it be the machinery, the contractors doing it yourself, whatever. But here's what the possibilities are. So we need to have both people contact to motivate and to instigate and to help people think about these things. But then there needs to be that permanent database online also. So I'd recommend both.
Thank you, Councilmember Shribs. I really do love the sentiment of, again, what you're trying to accomplish here, right? Which is a one-stop shop. I mean, I'm confused by all the rebates, and it's always changing, and like some rebates are ending, some are starting. I mean, it is definitely confusing, and I want to make sure that in my comments I'm acknowledging the intention, again, of like you're trying to make this easy for folks, like Councilmember Shribs is saying. And I think there are other ways we can accomplish this. Bayren is actually creating a position called an energy concierge, which is pretty cool. And that's that whole concept of like, they're going to know all this stuff for us, right? I do agree that at the city level, changing the mindset of how permitting and planning and building permitting works and how they approach people that want to go through this process to make it easier. Definitely a good goal. And I know this doesn't really fit anywhere within these items, but I do want to speak to just something that Councilmember Shribs talked about earlier, which is on the process. The streamlining is something super, super critical here. I can't emphasize that enough. If you want to go get a building permit, especially anything climate related, that should be the easiest permit you get. That should be the cheapest permit you get. That should probably so City of St. Helena implemented something called a permit sale. So if you wanted to upgrade your windows, you wanted to get a heat pump water heater, you want to do any of these things, those permits are cheaper than they otherwise would be. And there's other planning processes. So let's say you want to, and I went through this in San Jose. I had a building that was trying to get heat pump HVAC, and they lived in a historical district. So now that project had to go through the historical commission. And you think about, we need to retrofit everybody's gas equipment to electric, and how much time is it going to take to go through the historical commission? Here in Petaluma, we've got historical district, right? That shouldn't be an impediment, right? So streamlining permit processes, I think, is something that I'd really love to see and love to work on with the city. But that was a digression. I apologize. But in general, I think there are other ways to tackle this very important problem that the ad hoc pointed out, which is a more of a centralized information system and ease of use for the public, and especially contractors who are going to be guiding the public through this process. Thanks.
I'd just like to add what was just said. For brick and mortar, actually, there is 2 places that the brick and mortar already exists. We wouldn't need to add. And it's just a matter of training the folks at these 2. One is the planning department, already has an office here at City Hall. But the other one, we have a visitor center with people staffing it during the day the whole time. So if the visitor staff could also have training and have access to help motivate folks, we already have a place for folks to go to on a regular basis that's open during the day. So we could actually just add have one of their staff people or the folks that do man the stations there have the ability to at least direct, guide, and motivate and do things. That might be a thing that, besides visiting, hey, its residents also can be there to do things. That would be another place to put it.
I was just going to add that too, that it says staff, but it didn't mean city staff necessarily. Though I think that there are certainly things that the building department and the planning department could do to get that information out, and, in partnership, I think was the idea,
Okay, I think we can cover number 7 quickly and then take a bio break. I'll get one more bite at the apple on number 6. Just more of a thought experiment. The scaling up of orders of magnitude somewhat requires the grouping of certain actions to occur. And while we're at such a low level of building retrofits here in the city, that it makes sense to have hey, have someone drop in and that makes sense now, but in a scaling function, that will not make sense. And so things like organized resource fair, where contractors meet 10 people and can sign 5 contracts, we have to think about a scaling up the order of magnitude of our retrofit efforts. And there's studies on how to best do that. And certainly to scale, you need to start and get that. But in the long run, having someone at the visitor center that is going to come, and any homeowner drop into the visitor center, that's not how do we get everyone on our block to do this?
I agree we need to start there, but we need to set our ambitions somewhat higher than that, that like one person at the library can help us. And, you know, I guess number 7, I like it. I think it's trying to elevate consumption-based emissions. I personally think that like consumption-based emissions kind of sounds like a bad word, and like people when they read it, they're like, oh my God, I have to consume things and it's terrible. And so I don't know how we change that or how we make that a little bit more positive, and maybe part of it is just having a cornerstone action around something that's so difficult. But this is one where maybe like the AI language generator could really, you know, use some turns, because like you read that and you're like, oh my God, let's do a really excellent job of telling people how terrible they are, you know. And so anyway, I don't know if the ad hoc has anything to comment, but, you know, I'm weary of putting this high on the list of actions, even though it is so important. You know, like I just take a quick, like, implement a robust campaign to tell people all the fun and easy ways they can reduce their consumption-based emissions. You know, like, okay, like let's have a party and I'll talk about having less parties.
Well, I think you make a really good point that, I mean, this is a technical language that we all use so that we know what we're talking about, but it's not public-facing language, right? Like, I mean, these are sort of climate actions you can take to make a difference, right? I mean, this is, I think, what we're after. How do we make a more livable future for ourselves and our children? But yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, consumption in British literature of a century ago meant tuberculosis. It's a really unappealing word. So yeah, I react every time I hear it too, Ben. I'm totally with you on that.
And I would say this is, I mean, reasonably consistent with the blueprint. It's in the goods and services chapter. It's already an action in there, and this is just lifting it up as a cornerstone action. I don't see it as a big change from what we had proposed. There's a term, as I was going through all the tiny house videos and webinars. So, and one of the things is they had a hat you could get, and on the hat is a slogan: "Live small." So, so if you say, hey, teach people how to live small. In fact, that's what, like a motto I'd like to see promoted higher here to living small in all sorts of different ways. So, if, using that as a motto in our language instead of consumption-based emissions type things, just learn to live small. Might be a more positive approach. I think we're okay on that. Can I make one quick comment before we go to break? To Commissioner Peters' question earlier, there are, I think, 2 things left off of the ad hoc list that I'll just say now, and we can talk about them later, that are in the cornerstone actions in the blueprint. The first set relates primarily to transportation demand measures. So either that's transportation demand management and also parking and parking pricing measures. And those are 2 important ways to have people shift towards non-auto modes. So that's one. And then the second is there's a series of municipal operations measures that have been taken off that are not on that list of the ad hoc recommendations. And those are things around electrification of the transit fleet, the full fleet itself, energy audits of buildings and their implementation, upgrades to things like the Corp Yard for Petaluma Transit so they can electrify their fleets, and then the capital improvement plan alignment with the carbon neutrality goal. So those are a few of the things that a difference is. I think they're primarily in those 2 buckets overall. And that's just something for you to think about as we take our break.
So, Eric, to address the second one, I think we sort of viewed our city leadership measures as kind of an umbrella that would sit over some of those. In other words, that there's kind of a policy piece of the city. For example, there are a couple things in city measures that were maybe less, a little bit setting the bar a little bit lower for the city than for the public. And so we were basically like, well, no, we want the city to set the bar at a minimum at the same level as for the public, and ideally a little bit higher. In other words, sooner action. So that's not speaking so much to the specifics, but that's kind of the principle there of sort of laying that groundwork of, no, we want to see the city take leadership and show that to the public through some of those things. But that the overarching piece was being willing to step out and do that.
Introduce the meaty one right before the break. I will say on the second one, the municipal piece, I get. On the transportation, demand management, and parking, that is my number one priority. Okay, and so I do think we had a list of 19, and if we have spot for one more to make it a nice round 20, that we can get the parking back in there. As an anecdote, before we leave, at the PBAC meeting where they talked about climate adaptation, the head of the county's bicycle coalition had a nice speech, and at the end they say, wait, Petaluma doesn't even charge for parking? Charge for parking first, and then the bike action will come from that. So I certainly will not leave this seat without having parking be a nested element of a cornerstone action. So with that, we want 5 minutes, 10 minutes. What do we got here? Say 36.
If we say 5, it'll be 7.
Yeah. Yeah, let's return at 8:45. Ready to go. Okay, we are resumed from recess at 8:49. I think in the interest of time management for this meeting and the next couple meetings, it would be appropriate to have a process and timeline conversation. Also, while we still have Rihanna here, who has done such a good job of shepherding us. So I guess the first broad topic is the timeline, and if we are still trying to operate on that timeline, and if this meeting will the second part of this meeting will commence at the next meeting, and we'll still be prepared to have a final conversation in March to adopt something, or if that timeline is now up in the air.
Speaking directly to you, Rihanna, but do you want me to kick it off? Okay. So our timeline is adjusting. So we have, you know, how many comments, have come in so far. Tree Advisory Committee is talking about the blueprint next week. I think PBAC just did, so we're kind of gathering it. We're trying to schedule with the Planning Commission to have initial comments from them before the blueprint will go to them as part of come to Climate Action Commission, Planning Commission, then City Council, but an opportunity for them to have feedback prior to just seeing the document to recommend on. So we're adjusting our timeline a little bit, and I don't have a concrete answer to you because there's a lot of moving parts, and we have to and just like the ad hoc comments and the discussion today, we need to go back and figure out what we need to adjust and how to adjust it, and if we're really going to look at cutting 75% of the document, how in the world do we do that? So I don't know. There's not a statutory requirement. It's not like this is the housing element and we have to hit a certain date. At the same time, we were pulling this up ahead of because this is an urgent, discussion and matter that we want to get this out as soon as we can. So I don't know if that's a satisfying answer, but it's an honest one.
The first thing that comes to my mind is we should probably agendize additional topics for future meetings. It's like if we are continuing to just talk about these 19 things for the next 4 months, then we will only be making progress on this one thing. And so that kind of had been the approach of this body, like, okay, we're going to focus on getting this blueprint done and then working on something else after that. And I would say after hearing that, we should probably have a discussion about what additional things we can work on so that we are not continually only talking about this same document for 6 months.
Oh, you mean separate from
the document?
I was
just
like, we do kind of want comments at some point to kind of stop so we can actually get our arms around it and figure out next steps. But I think what you're saying is, since it might take longer, you as a commission might want to talk about your other priorities. Got it.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And like having an agendized topic for the next meeting to be what are our priorities for 2024 seems reasonable. This now being somewhat less time sensitive. Yeah. So I don't think we need to, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, two things on just this document, even though it's 19 items, but a continuous review, because I think this is going to be the business of this committee for this whole year. Pretty much is just focusing on this and what actions to take first, what to push forward, what are the details of all the 100 pages plus, what details are there, and continuously poking at it and looking at the reviews, because there's a lot of input. They're going to come up with a new revision here as soon as they can, which then has to be reviewed again. But if we just keep poking at this thing and through the whole continuous drafting whether it be 3 or 4 drafts before we're done with this, because there's so much input going on right now with so many different people. So trying to put it all together, very difficult task in front of the planning folks and Remy to make this all happen. So just, I think for the next 2 meetings, this probably could easily cover the next 2 for sure. And everything else that we do is anyway, this is what we're doing anyway, right? So that's one comment I would like to make. And then the second one was on the 50 pages. I don't think you should worry about the 50 pages thing myself. I've read lots of large documents from governments. And when they start going over 100 pages, then what they usually do is they add in 2 things. They add an executive summary. That's 1 to 2, maybe 4 pages at most, executive summary. But then there is a 10 to 15 page summary for general consumption. And so if we just have, I'd rather see a more complete total document, whether it's 100, 200 pages, that's fine with me, as long as it's total and complete. But there really is, it's going to be the executive summary as here's the 5 top points, and then the regular summary for everybody, which is very pictorial on that, so that that's the readable part. And then there's here's the details, folks. Nuts and bolts if you really want to get into it. And that's the 200 pages, whatever it is. So I think there's a way around it that we don't have to say 50 pages exactly. There's ways around that. So if we can go in that direction, and then at some point, maybe now, I'd just like to go ahead and comment on the just a whole approach that's going through here. It's just I just have to do this. I'm looking at how the organization and where it's going through it and how we're stepwise. And one of the things I would like everyone to think about is there is a need to divide it up into like 3 sections. One is, what can the city do by the city, for the city, and with its own powers that be? So city actions, pretty small and everything that's already been stated, that's not a really large thing. Another thing is to enable change by citizens. That's a whole nother category, enabling change. So how can we enable change? And that would be a separate category we could look at besides the ones we have now, even in transportation and like. And the third category is creating systemic efficiencies. And if you create systemic efficiencies, that means everybody will benefit together. And some things could be categorized in that, and that be like adaptation could be included in there. As examples, for my concept of living small, everything. So if we want to, there's things we can do on transport that the city can do itself, but there's things that we can do on transport that would enhance citizens to actually take their own actions. And then what we could do systemically to help everybody to be better transporters of goods and things. So, and then there's also for housing could be done similarly, same thing, goods and consumption, and then livability. So those are the 4 categories that I divide things out in: transportation, housing, goods, consumptions, and then livability. And so if we look at those categories as a slight shift from what we're doing now, or reorganized in that way, that would be a little more comprehensible to me, and I think to the public. I mean, I'm just throwing that as ideas now as we're going through this. Okay, that's the comments I just wanted to make at the moment. Thank you. Sorry for coming in.
I appreciate that. I think the topic that reminds me of the ad hoc had some comments around the structure of the document, and I think we should probably address how things are structured maybe after getting more feedback. I think I certainly do really agree that we should highlight what the city can control with its own jurisdiction and with its own efforts. I think most cities' climate action plans are exclusively focused on that, and ours is taking a much wider lens. So I do agree we should have a section or way to call out the city's jurisdictional efforts. And then I think we should have a conversation about ways to do groupings. They had proposed groupings. You were proposing changing the name of some of the groupings. I think we can have that conversation, and maybe at a later date, maybe when the draft is done or something. I certainly don't know if we need to talk about the groupings now, if that makes sense. Yeah. And then as far as like process for the rest of the meeting, I don't know if people have particular thoughts. I know while we have these two highly esteemed guests here, which we get rarely, it would probably be best to hear from them, like what they think is the most important to cover and get feedback on, and we can respond to that. You know, I don't know if you guys have any things we haven't covered yet that we should add to that list.
I was just going to suggest that we, you know, continue going through the list.
Just numerically?
Yeah, and then my assumption is that we'll can get halfway through it tonight, and then.
Yeah. Are you guys planning on coming to the next meeting? I guess is that it's sort of implied that if we do half now, that they come back.
Is you know, we can try and rush through it tonight, or we can get halfway through it and then do the second half. I just don't think we're going to get to a vote on approving.
Yeah,
this
I just
document
some of the
tonight.
things like the bus pass thing, like we don't need them here for, you know. So going sequentially is.
Well, maybe we could try to just go through them, but like if we don't have specific questions, just kind of saying we don't have questions about this, or we were just kind of talking about it might be a good exercise for us to like focus on updating the cornerstone actions and maybe bringing those back. I don't think we'll be able to do it by your next meeting, but that might be one approach when we're starting to think about how to organize it or how to kind of check back, like, did we hear this right? Did we capture it? Because there has been a lot of different comments made, right? So I'd love to try to get through this list and kind of nudge Eric to like focus on the questions he has on the ones left and see how far we get, and then we'll recalibrate.
And just as a process point, what I understood we were going to do was, as a commission, to vote whether or not to approve the cornerstone actions that have been developed by the ad hoc. So that's a totally different process for the Ramey to take, you know, the cornerstone actions and modify them and bring them back. So I think we have to decide that, because that was my understanding of what we were going to do, was to actually modify them as a commission and then make that recommendation and then let Ramey work with it. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because we have heard a fair amount of crosstalk and a little bit different priorities and stuff. And so I feel like the three of us made a very focus and effort to really boil something down and create a statement of priorities. And we want to incorporate the priorities that we're hearing from the other commissioners and not wander too far afield from, 20 or whatever number of cornerstone actions. So I'm just wondering if as a commission we should decide whether or not we're going to vote to approve a number of cornerstone actions that the ad hoc has created, or we're going to have Ramey do that and come back. Because I'm not sure that's going to be an easier process, to be honest.
There's a time element too. I mean, Heather, you said you didn't think you could come back for the next meeting. I think we probably could come back to the next meeting with another version that incorporated what we've heard tonight, including your own input. And I think we could also, as the ad hoc, make ourselves available to you guys for whatever questions or clarifications that you maybe won't be able to get through tonight, so that we could continue to process those. And for our fellow commissioners who aren't on the ad hoc, I don't know how we do that.
We'd bring it back to the next meeting. I mean, so basically
Right.
bring back a revised set of cornerstones. And the principle being that these are the drivers, and so it's going to be hard to get everyone to agree on the line-by-line modifications of the document, but if we can agree on what the main drivers are, that'll help structure the whole approach. And
I guess what I want to be clear on is you will vote then under that, you will vote on recommendations for the cornerstones. That language won't necessarily, and I'm not trying to dilute the process or the input, but then we're going to take those and kind of, there's a lot of edits that we're not going to do on the dais. We're going to take those. We're going to look at those. Those might, wordsmith. We need to talk about them internally with, a larger group of staff, that kind of thing. So there's also, I just want to be really transparent that there is that process too. And
of course.
Yeah, I mean, we understand we don't have the final word on this.
Okay.
And that there's, input coming from many, many sources. But I think we've discussed before that we like to take a position as the commission. And so that would give us the opportunity to do that. And, obviously there are other forces at play. We get that. I think everybody understands that.
It's your discretion. You've provided us lots of feedback on these. We can take them back and modify and bring them back to you if that doesn't feel right. And you want to take another, you're getting your other commissioners' feedbacks in the moment, and you want to take those back. That's the discretion of the commission.
I can say that Commissioner Ellenkamp will not be at the next meeting, so I don't think we should plan to do any kind of final decision-y stuff at the next meeting. So let's all just put that hat on. It sounds like if we're trying to agree on cornerstone actions, my preference would be then that happens at least in 2 meetings, not the next meeting. Hopefully everyone is okay with that. I think there's a bit of 2 different opinions on who is volunteering to do the work of the next edit, which sounds like you guys are volunteering and that they're volunteering, and
They get paid though.
Yeah, but it seems like you are volunteering to do that on their behalf. So
Well, no, Heather.
yeah.
Well, and I am a little concerned about still that would mean we don't have feedback from the Climate Action Commission until your March meeting. So
Yeah, I kind of disagree with waiting. If Commissioner Ellenkamp can't make the next meeting, I think we should plow ahead, to be honest. I mean, he can certainly submit written comments.
Yeah, I guess to me, the act of voting is symbolic at this point. The voting of the cornerstone actions I don't think it'll be a resolution or a formal vote. Okay, and so.
well, it'll be your internal vote to that this document represents the recommendations of the Climate Action Commission.
So I guess that's, at the next meeting, we can have a consensus on what we think the cornerstone actions are. And then when we have an appropriate number of people here representing all views, and then we take some action, some formal action, right? And, I don't know how many formal actions this committee has ever taken, if any. So,
Well, there's also, don't forget that we then are going and we are revising the draft, and then the final draft will come before this body for a formal recommendation up through the process. I'm just trying to not now have 2 more months before we have feedback from the Climate Action Commission. I know we're not on a statutory deadline, but at the same time, we do want to move this forward towards adoption. So.
And go ahead and jump in. So initially, the itinerary for this evening was the individual commissioners have had an opportunity to provide their individual feedback at the last meeting to the ad hoc. The ad hoc was tasked with consolidating and reviewing that feedback, and they've produced the document that we're reviewing now. And the thought was that there would be a vote this evening on whether or not that represents the holistic view of the commission. So then that document, if approved, can move forward to staff and Ramey for their review, because that's going to take longer than what I'm hearing the next meeting. and we have delayed the process, and we understand that it's important to get comprehensive feedback from the community, but then we also want to move forward, especially since the commission already understood that this was the prerogative for this meeting this evening.
Yeah, I just think it's just taken longer than we all anticipated. And I didn't expect you and Eric to be here, which I think is actually fantastic, but it definitely changed the nature of the conversation. Instead of us just focusing on the Cornerstone actions and having a conversation, we're responding to your questions and clarifications, which is appropriate. I just think this is a lot for us to accomplish in this one meeting. So I personally think we need one more meeting, and then we can finish that task that we set out to do and give you a clear set of recommendations. Yeah. Which I think will help get us, even if it feels longer, I think it'll help us get the final document coming back in the right shape.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if our attendance.
No, I think it's lovely.
Because we just, when we were reading them, we had questions, not, a lot of them are like, yeah, great. But I mean, just the fact, I think, just that they're in replacement of, not additive to, we weren't sure. Are we talking now? We've got like 39 Cornerstone actions or, so it's been very enlightening to kind of understand some of the tasks. So I would feel better about getting the formal recommendation on these at the next meeting than pushing it 2 meetings, just to allow us to continue the process if possible.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have taken a number of formal actions in the past, and we do it via vote, and it's a standard quorum process. So I don't think we're necessarily trying to achieve consensus so much as something everybody can live with, because consensus is considerably messier, more time consuming than like, yeah, this is pretty darn close. Can we live with it?
And I'll just weigh in on that. It only requires a majority of those present for the body to take an action, which, the body is just a subordinate body to the city council, and it's advisory in capacity. So it's not like we're, actually passing an element of the general plan or anything like that here. But consensus is something that you may be self-imposing, but it's not required by the city.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's more, I don't want to speak for him, but like Commission Member Ellenkamp had few comments, and they haven't, both because we haven't gotten there numerically, but also because they're not here, like level 2 charging and like EV charging. And that was like one of the things that got dropped. And so I'll just say that, his focus was on the EV charging and the low income EV charging and the not fast charging, the level 1 charging. And so we could talk about that in the next meeting, and I'm happy to like move forward and provide the feedback, but, that element should be there. So, and I guess just to wrap up this process conversation, so I understand it. I think we're going to quickly try and hit all of these and provide feedback and discussion, at which point then the ad hoc will come back with something that we can finalize at the next meeting. Meanwhile, you will concurrently do something.
I'll find something to do. Eric just indicated that if you do want to have us do a try at taking the comments we heard and bringing back, we could have that for the next meeting. So just I'm throwing that out there, that we have been taking all the feedback too, and if that's a better option, that he feels like we could have that back for February.
I will be gone the last week of January, so.
Take the offer.
Let's see how we how we go here, how far we get.
How far ahead of the meeting would you have it maybe in draft form that the ad hoc could just respond to based on our prior deliberations? I'm just thinking that we might be able to, do a tiny bit of massaging.
I mean, I know I'm going to be your partner in this. So I'm not like saying it's all on you, but.
Well, I mean, the process would be, so we're also, as I mentioned earlier, simultaneously looking at the 450 public comments we got to. So we'd want to think about, we're going through those now. We want to think about if there's anything that we'd want to elevate based on those comments too. So we're doing that simultaneously. Our process would be, obviously we've got a lot of notes. My colleague, Sammy Taylor, is online listening tonight as well. And we're taking all the notes. We can go back and make a comprehensive revision based on the conversation here tonight, previous iterations, what we see in the public comment so far. We would then need to share that with city staff. We would go through it with city staff, make sure they're comfortable with it, right? And then that would go back to you all for review. I mean, I think that's a couple-week process. This is 2 pages or 3 pages. It wouldn't take too long to do. We just got to get all the ducks in a row and make sure that we can get the right people reviewing at the right time, so to speak. But I certainly think we could get it out ahead of your review period, but maybe we could talk about it beforehand with you all as the ad hoc, because you've generously offered your time as well outside of this.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think we think that works for us. So yeah, and mainly, again, you obviously still have some questions and about intentions, and that I think we can help clarify.
Yeah, and I think that can be a conduit too to get clarifications if we run into it. And just for clarification, that's not the reduced document that's coming back with those 19 cornerstones or wherever
20,
they end up, or
21,
20, or
yeah.
and also pull, kind of what Eric said too. There's a couple cornerstones from the original list that we feel like are really, really important. And so kind of like, how, can we merge some of those, whether it's parking, some of the transportation things. So I think we can do it. I think it's a good.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I actually feel really happy if you think we only missed two major items. Because that's.
And then the next meeting might be really like, here's some things we feel strongly about, and we're going to have to talk through, because we don't want to have 39 cornerstones. So trying to figure out what gives and what one can blend and that kind of thing.
I'm wondering if there's some sort of opportunity to take up the ad hoc on its, very generous offer of time between these meetings. Like if there's some point where we get those to kind of a workable draft form, like in a couple of weeks, and then have a meeting on the books with the ad hoc to kind of like, okay, did we capture the essence to your satisfaction before it comes to the full body? I'm wondering if that's
let's look at that and have some kind of, I was thinking of it being a little bit also a conduit, because I can see us kind of getting into something and being like, wait, I'm not sure, what are we missing the essence here? And instead of waiting until the next meeting, being able to tap the ad hoc for some interaction on that. But I would also still like to try to get through some more of these, just so that we're slugging through.
Let's do it.
Okay, number 8 is the complete streets plan.
And we're done at 10. I can do my best job as a facilitator, like 2 minutes per. Okay, will you do it? Okay. Number 8, complete streets plan. Does someone want to pull them back up? Yeah, thanks. This is in alignment with the cornerstone actions in the plan itself. It's cornerstone action number 4, so quite consistent. This has a little bit more detail, and as Heather and I went over today, some of these things are already complete or already underway that city staff is doing. I don't have any comments or any questions specifically about this, and we can move on unless there's something you all want to say particularly.
This may be a technical question, but this is really elevating the complete streets plan. And my understanding of like the active transportation plan is that like the having a complete streets policy is like a sub element of that. And so again, it's like, we want to be elevating the right thing, and I don't know what the right thing is, but that might even be complicated, but does that make sense as a question? Like, this is like very clear, like the complete streets plan is what we want. Whereas like my read of our active transportation plan is that the complete streets element of that is a tiny important element, but we're elevating two different things, and really what we should be doing is elevating the work of the other committee that's actually going to be doing that.
That's correct. It's the active transportation plan. There's part of it's being done in the general plan itself. You have the local safety plan. They're all related, and they all provide active and safe places for people to travel, not in a car. So they're all kind of embedded in that particular cornerstone action itself.
I think the reason that we focus more on complete streets rather than ATP was because complete streets also addresses things like tree planting, stormwater, carbon sequestration. So it's not just about moving people around. It's how we incorporate all those elements within our street designs.
And we are going to have some updated street designs with the general plan. So I agree that the ATP might not, like everything might not live under it, but it felt like we're doing the things we're doing. And so to do another plan, it doesn't seem to make sense if we're covering the things that are outlined or the intent is.
And maybe it's a naming issue.
Yeah. And there's also, some of these things are already happening. Some of these things can't happen to the extent like the 20 mile per hour citywide. We can't legally do that based on I don't know if it's I talked to Bjorn today. There's something that we can't do that everywhere, but we already later this year, we're going to be doing that everywhere we legally can. So, so some of these things are happening, we are exceeding the 5 miles of connected active mobility corridors. So there's some of those things that are already happening.
And I think I think that's great. And the idea of like having it be a cornerstone action in the document so the public understands why. Like they see how all these things are interrelated. Mm-hmm. So it's great that you're already doing them. So even if it doesn't
mean they come off.
It does, in my mind, doesn't make it not a cornerstone.
Yeah. But just for your, knowledge, similarly with 9, that theoretically is planning to happen in June of this year.
And so I think, and again, kind of really heightens, because one of the things we were trying to do here was really like manifest the emergency, like help people see it and help people see the actions the city's taking in the context of the emergency and rationalize it a little bit so you could see how the plan emerges. Like, oh, these are the most important things, and these are things we're already doing, and so these are things that are fitting in. It's exciting, I think, when you present it that way.
Great. Can I move us on to number 11 then? Number 10. Excuse me, sorry.
9, yeah, from 8. I guess for me, 8. I guess I think the single biggest source of GHG reduction is the 70% mode shift, right? And I guess I'm not seeing that covered elsewhere except for number 8. And so, if that is number 8 and that is related to cornerstone number 4, then that's all well and good. But I don't want to lose that mode shift. 70% mode shift needs to be a cornerstone action. Or the concept of getting mode shift needs to be incorporated than just a complete streets.
Right, and that's what I mentioned earlier. In particular, 2 cornerstone actions that were in the blueprint were around parking and parking pricing, and then transportation demand management, which are measures that address how people travel and what modes they take, in addition to the infrastructure itself.
Yeah. And no one disagreed with me that we should add those back in, so I'm gonna. Councilmember Shribs?
Just want to support you. The ATP at least needs to be mentioned somewhere in this section as well. And then you also wanted another additional thing, I'm not sure where it fits in, but what's not there is also maybe number 10 is where it belongs. In this EV charging, there's a whole concept of what are they going to be charging and how to get them to move into the EV world. And so that includes micromobility, e-car sharing, e-scooter sharing, e-bicycle sharing. So it includes all the micromobility concepts. But it's not meant, except for 10, it's sort of like hints at EV charging. And we need to have the charging stations as well as the actual vehicles where they're going to, what they're going to charge. So that needs to be combined in there. I'm not sure, that got lost a little bit in there.
Yeah, I think maybe 10 does seem like a meatier topic. I think 9 is, we talked about it briefly, but I think it should be broader than just like the free buses. And I think like our transit division is doing great work. And I think it should, number 9 should just be more of a broad transit action, you know, and supporting the work of that body. And I think there's some of the existing cornerstone actions that could be put in there. I just, you know, number 9 is maybe too narrow. And I guess number 10, if you want to keep going on the EV piece of it.
Yeah, so for the EV part, so we need to seek out grants to incorporate EV cars for sharing at multifamily locations, because that's a new coming thing we can go get grant money for. And then we have a bicycle program, a sharing bicycle program that's coming up that should happen anyway. So that needs to be included in there. So the whole micromobility and sharing of transports together, the second vehicles, just as a topic of where we need to really go, because that's going to be one of the critical things. If we're going to do transportation, we've got to get into smaller vehicles. That's got to be a critical, one of the top 4 things that we've got to do is move everybody into smaller vehicles, electric vehicles, whether it be bicycles, scooters, chairs that go, skateboards that go, or whether it be micro cars, mini cars, whatever. But we just have to reduce everybody down. And that's got to be actually number 1. That's the number 1 way of actually getting emissions down is actually by getting the weight down. Instead of 2,000 to 7,000 pound vehicles, we have to get everybody down to 1,000 to 500 pounds or less on average. And that's, if we're going to do emissions, that's the number 1 way to get to lower emissions across the board. That is our number 1 way of doing it. All the others are tiny little things. That's our number 1 way is reducing weight.
That's, I agree. I think now we're back between like 9 and 10. I think at the county level, the Shift Sonoma County plan has mode shift and fuel shift. And so that's, at least we're doing that with 9 and 10. So to somewhat stay consistent with the county level, again, you're getting back into I guess mode shifting is shifting down into the lighter weights, and then your fuel shifting also into the lighter weight EV. So there's a relationship there, but I guess part of what you're saying is that number 10 should be broader than just like a specific EV program. And I think you had some cornerstone actions there around fuel shift topics. You know, again, this is one that could maybe use a couple like sub-letter bullet points, perhaps. I don't know how much we want to get into the sub-letters of the cornerstone actions. If everything has like 5 letters, is it really a one cornerstone action? But yeah, I will say again, you know, Commission Member Ellenkamp did really want a focus, or at least us to not forget level 1 charging. And so if we can speak to level 1 charging in the document, I think he'll be happy.
Yeah. Sorry, just because I actually dealt with this today in my job. I learned about some charging that went in at a public parking lot, and it was, I believe, 10 ports, and ended up costing $700,000 for level 2 charging. And I just, you know, I want that to sink in as far as like how we're thinking about how we go about doing this. It's a very, very difficult thing, and I would just try and keep that in mind. I don't necessarily have a specific direction on that. Just if we're thinking about cost, and even with grant money, right? You think about how many ports we're going to need to install. My own personal belief is that having things in a public place has its limitations, right? Because if your car needs to charge and it's going to take 4 hours, and granted, Councilmember Shribs says we need to have the smaller vehicle, but let's say you've got a family of 5 and you have a minivan, and that vehicle takes 4 to 6 hours to charge. If you're at a grocery store or you're shopping, these trips are typically like an hour, maybe 2. The places that you're staying more than an hour or 2 are your home and work. And in my mind, you would prioritize the places that you're sticking around more than 1 hour. The ability for us to have fast charging everywhere is going to be gargantuanly expensive, and level 2 charging is still expensive, but not as bad. And the infrastructure to build out just level 2 charging will mean transformer upgrades throughout our city. This is going to take for many, 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 many years. Sorry to be the Debbie Downer here, but I just deal with this stuff all day. And so that's why mode shift is critical, right? Because if we're on bicycles or other vehicles, then we've got a chance to get around more easily without having to install charging everywhere. But just having just a concept of the scope of the issue of installing charging everywhere is going to be a really, really tough one especially for multifamily, right? Single family, you've got a 240 breaker in a 200 amp panel, you're fine. But an apartment building, trying to get every single person to have a charger is tough. Again, sorry to be the Debbie Downer here. Workplaces have some advantages because you have typically a worker's shift is 4 to 8 hours. And so that's an opportunity to prioritize. Again, I would say ditch any word, sorry, not to say ditch, excuse me. I'm getting tired, a little punchy. Instead of using the word program, strategy is a good idea, because we don't know what technology is going to look like in 10 years. Maybe the battery systems are going to be very different, and we won't, they'll be much lighter. We don't know. So I think just having a strategy as a cornerstone rather than a program. And again, sorry, I'm getting a little punchy with being tired.
I just want to comment that the reason that we proposed initially starting in public facilities is as purely stopgap. Recognizing that this is a big challenge and it's a longer term play, but needing to start somewhere. I would definitely support adding workplace. I mean, the problem is we don't have a ton of workplaces in Petaluma that have lots of employees where it makes sense. Fair. I mean, there's Kaiser, there's maybe a very few other places where there's, critical mass of employees, but, where we do, let's do it.
Yeah, no, I totally hear you. I think the issue is if you think about the cultural shift that's going to have to happen with charging, people think of charging right now as you're filling up gasoline in a car and it takes 5 to 10 minutes. And if people go somewhere and there's a bunch of level 2 chargers, and then they only charge up their car a third of the way, you know what I mean? That's the disconnect for me, is how people are not going to be satisfied with that. Right. Whereas if it's at their home or their workplace, the whole thing takes 30 seconds. They plug in when they get there, they unplug when they leave. And it just seems like a much better user experience. But I totally take your point. I think we ultimately need both. And the public places is what the city can actually affect, right? So I definitely hear you on that, and I don't want to discount it. Again, just trying to grapple with the enormity of the charging conundrum, and I'm hoping really smart people that are way smarter than me are working on this at a technological level so that we can bypass a lot of these problems.
Can I ask a quick question of the ad hoc? The in the cornerstone actions in the blueprint, there are 2 EV charging measures, and neither of those are in the ad hoc's recommendations. Maybe you could just talk for a second about why the swap out of those, and then specifically, I'll just say them out loud, because the first one was an EV reach code, which would be focused on new development within the city, and then the second, and potentially to retrofits, I suppose. And then the second would be more of a broader implementation of infrastructure strategy across the city, across both public, private properties overall. But I'm just curious what the thought was on that, and I just want to make sure we understand.
Well, to be really candid, we didn't start with your cornerstones. We started from tabula rasa, basically, like what we had been processing and hearing from the community and through, from our prior meetings. So we didn't start from yours and go, is that the right one or not? We just sort of went, okay, category by category, like what do we see as foundational? So what was the first one you said?
It was EV charging reach codes.
Yeah. Oh, and I think the big issue, sorry, Amy, just get this out of my head before I forget it again, is that's new buildings, right? And new buildings don't represent most of the population. So the concern was, how do we address the population that's already here? Mm-hmm. Definitely, I mean, a reach code's a great idea, but we need to do something about people who are already here, already living here and don't have access to charging. And then the other one, the infrastructure one, I think, there were some things that we are aware that are underway and that we were like, great, that's underway. So it's sort of already, in a sense, being treated as a cornerstone, and maybe we didn't need to elevate it. I don't know.
I guess I would say that, that the reach code piece, understanding that was going to happen, so we didn't want to elevate it as a cornerstone. The community-wide infrastructure, I think, makes sense. I think what we heard in the community dialogue, it was kind of interesting. Like we had some people say, EVs are only going to be used by wealthy people, like they're not affordable cars. And so that's kind of where this comment came from, was kind of observing the adoption of EVs happening more in middle class and wealthier communities, the availability to charge at home, and then you do start to see some cost savings once you make that investment, especially if you have solar on your home, et cetera, et cetera. So really, like, how do we get to the, 50, 60% of the population who's going to have a harder time getting to an EV? So that's kind of where that particular approach was. Because your estimates always were, I forget, 25% EV.
I think it's 20% penetration
by 2030, or I forget what your.
I think that sounds right, but
your formula.
The pace of change is happening faster, I think, or the state wants to push it faster, right?
Yeah.
So 100% of new light duty vehicles by 2035 will be
right.
Some form of electric hybrid.
Yeah.
So that's happening, but there's a lot of cars that are in existence that are conventional combustion cars that will be there for a while.
So I think the infrastructure one probably should come back. It's on the comments that we're hearing, and also Commissioner Ellenkamp's interests. But I think the point of this one was really, how do we focus on the portion of the population that we think is going to adopt more slowly, so we're getting to a higher number than 25%.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Councilmember Shribs.
Just to add some future technology that's coming down, Japan and even Korea have got agreements with all the motorcycle manufacturers that are going electric motorcycles. They've all just agreed that they're going to have swappable batteries amongst all the manufacturers. And so all you got to do is pull up to it, and they're going to have stations. Every block will have a station with 10 batteries in it. You go up, you take your battery out, you put it in, you take your new battery, put it in. And a lot of the focus is local. A lot of EVs now, we're still thinking as Americans, we need to charge up our big cars with a 200 volt system that's going to get us 200 miles and do it really fast in half an hour. And that whole mindset is kind of weird and odd is what the rest of the world is thinking. So they're all shifting to even the smaller cars that actually have swappable batteries. So you don't go up and charge your car, you swap your battery. And so that's what the rest of the world is doing, not putting in these big Tesla charge stations all over the place. So that's one thing to consider. And to support Dave's comment about where to charge, after 6 years I've had my electric car. I have charged once at some other place other than my home, and I didn't need to. I just did it to test out the card, and I didn't need to. So putting charge stations at the homes, whether it be an individual home or multifamily apartments or multifamily anything, that's even more important than doing it work. All the workplaces are doing it anyway. If they have a population of workers that are coming to them, they're going to do this anyway. They don't need our support. But what do need support is the folks that are in multifamily homes who need charge stations, and they only need 110. They don't need 220s. They only need 110s. So finding ability to charge the smaller vehicles, which they can get around town with, again, that's our future, not our big SUVs that need to go 200-mile, 400-mile range, which is still what they're still making here in the U.S. So that's just thinking about where we're going, where we need to go in the real future, rather than the direction we seem to be heading now.
Yeah, that's great. I guess just to tie that thread off with the 110 thing or whatever, I mean, if you were to take this and maybe what can the city do to streamline 110 charging at low income apartments? That's going to get you a lot farther than an EV charging program for this population center. And so that would be one recommendation, is to modify and what can the city do? The city can help with the permitting and approval and streamlining of some basic electrical work, and to somewhat encourage that through the code, and this topic here is probably the most important topic I want to get feedback on from the Planning Commission, having sat in on several of those when the charge code was charge ready, and everyone was oh, that means, and they didn't know what charge ready meant, and it didn't mean a whole lot, but they've advanced along since that. And so now they're really, pretty bullish on requirements for new development for this, and codifying that I think is important. But what can we do for existing buildings and low income and apartments? I think the city can do some work with basic, carrots for electrical upgrades. Yeah, and then I guess to segue from number 10 to number 11, if I were to add something to number 10 and it being the fuel ship thing, I mean, partnership with Sonoma Clean Power. I mean, their business model is to sell electricity, and they have all kinds of EV charging programs. And to think the city could do a better job than Sonoma Clean Power is, so it's the Cornerstone Action is march someone from SCP here annually to tell them how they're going to be adding more chargers to their customer base.
I'll comment on that. We didn't want to write Sonoma Clean Power in there. Evergreen Plan is the obvious low-hanging fruit, but we didn't feel like it would be appropriate to write a specific company that in a document for the city. But you guys would know if that's appropriate. So
it can be fine. I'll just say that that is obviously, it's in the blueprint itself, and we didn't elevate it to a Cornerstone Action as part of ours because of the high rate already. But I think it can be an appropriate set of actions, and the cities will be essentially enabling or providing education and helping get people into those programs themselves, right? So I think there's a role for the city there to help with number 11.
Can I say something about that? But I mean, to that point, one of the reasons I think it was in 2020, 89%, is that right? 89% of Petalumans were Evergreen? No, Sonoma Clean Power. Sonoma Clean Power. So I think when Ramey was looking at this, and we kind of go back to that biggest bang for our buck, the thought was, is this the biggest bang for our buck? It's not nothing, but is that is that where we focus on it. We've talked a lot about this over time. Like we discussed, can we require people to do Sonoma Clean Power Evergreen? I know we had a conversation about that for, especially with new projects. Can we require them? We can't legally require, so we can encourage, we can, I was thinking, could we put something in our utility inserts to say like, hey, did you know, that kind of thing. But just, again, we kind of come back to this thing of, is that the biggest impact we can go after with these cornerstones? So I guess that's why it didn't make it as a cornerstone when we were doing it, is because it felt like there was a pretty high Sonoma Clean Power. I don't know the level of Evergreen. I'm guessing maybe we could find that out. But to have it as a cornerstone if it's a incremental piece.
The level of, I think you do have it in here, but it's lower. It's, I'm just going to ballpark 25% or something, or like 10% even.
Does
It's really
Evergreen?
low on Evergreen,
Oh,
and
okay.
Evergreen is 100% clean
Yeah,
energy, and
yeah.
Sonoma Clean Power is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the
Okay.
energy group, so we had a group of sort of like energy experts from the community, and that was like the hands down
The big
thing
one?
they said to do. Yeah,
Okay.
like if there was one takeaway.
Sorry,
And,
can I-
and to, oh, sorry. And to be clear, I think one of our thoughts was, again, we don't know what that magic wand would be, but to sort of think out of the box, maybe it's the city makes a deal with Sonoma Clean Power. We say, well, we guarantee that, and then the city buys down the cost for low-income residents or something. It's like there's a lot of potential mechanisms that maybe aren't in place right now, but we'd love there to be sort of this intention around it, recognizing that we don't
Okay.
know what the
Got it.
means is right now.
Okay.
Oh, just because I work for a community choice aggregator, so my own thought on seeing where the whole state is going with the renewable portfolio standard and Sonoma Clean Power's leadership in this realm. I think that while realistically, while there is some value in encouraging adoption of the Evergreen program, there is diminishing returns as you start climbing up that ladder. And the truth is that, all the utilities are going to have to get to 100% renewables. That's the law, right? Like they have to do it. And they're it's in fits and starts, it's happening. So I feel like that piece is kind of being taken care of. And so just my own personal view on it is like, I think again, encouragement and every little bit can help on that regard. But, I'm happy to speak to you further on like more of a technical level of like how this all works, maybe offline, but my own personal belief is Sonoma Clean Power is doing this. They're gonna get to 100% renewable, and for everybody, right? So I think we should put city resources elsewhere to achieve, results that can have more immediate effect.
Yeah, I think everyone has made good points that I agree with. I agree with Dave that the goal of Evergreen is to get regular Sonoma Clean Power to 100% faster than the law mandates. And they're doing that through developing geothermal facilities in, Mendocino and Lake counties primarily. And, we have a board member on that agency. And I think what the city can do is to sort of help further that, at the Sonoma Clean Power level. I think part of this like program to transition, that's interesting, the legality on the new development requirement. I had heard some CCAs, some jurisdictions and CCAs were like having those soft mandates with some success, in the form of like reduced impact fees or something if the building is on the all electric clean energy program. And so that's maybe an incentive for new development. And, you could extend that incentive to like, all these people are doing all this work to electrify and decarbonize their building. Well, we have an incentive for them to switch to evergreen at that point. It's like, hey, your permit fee is free if you show me your evergreen bill. Like the people that are going to switch to evergreen are the people that are going to decarbonize, and the people that are going to be forced to switch to evergreen are going to tank your participation in SEP rates. Right?
And it costs more, right? Like that.
It costs more.
The electricity
yeah.
costs more.
Of the 89%, the 11% are people that are highly price sensitive. And there was a brief period when PG&E was cheaper than evergreen, and those people left. And so SCP would not want us to transition everyone to their more expensive rate and lose all of their customers. But they do want everyone who wants to be on evergreen to be on evergreen, and the city can nudge those people to do that in some effective ways. This doesn't really speak to community solar at all. I know community solar is like mentioned in some of the clean energy paragraphs, but there isn't even necessarily actions around it. It's like the field I work in every day, and I can tell you like net metered solar is the old days, and people are still going to do it a little bit in like at least at the non-residential level. At the residential level, still people are going to do solar and batteries and EVs and all that. But at the non-residential level, community solar is going to be your growing aspect of this. And so the city needs to have a thoughtful approach to promoting and supporting community solar projects in the city limits and in our region, and, even participating in those.
You and I should talk offline about that, because I have heard completely the opposite. So I would love to hear more, and I'd be persuaded.
No, we already covered number 12 a little bit. We want to crack that again.
We covered 12. I think we should move on. And I'm doing a horrible job of facilitating this more quickly. I think I just want to. So maybe we go to 13. You want to talk about it first, Heather, and then what's our end time? Just to say it, just ask it.
I'm going to suggest that since 13 is a big one, maybe we call it here. Would that bother anybody terribly? We're 2/3 through.
Well, let's just try and surf through some of the lighter ones for a half an hour. Is that?
I want to do 13.
I think they wanted to hit everything, and I think.
Well, are we going to stop at 10?
Well, we're at 12. We're at 13.
10 o'clock.
Oh, 10 p.m. Sorry. That's a good sign.
If we're going to, we're not going to get through it all.
No.
Seems like some people have 7 o'clock meetings.
Yeah, I've been up since 6. I think my brain's tired. I don't know about y'all.
So it's up to you.
Can you summarize your questions, I guess, rather than going through all 10? If you could somehow provide.
We can just listen to you.
Yeah. I guess
Okay. With 13. It kind of goes back to saying hire a director. It's saying create a department. And, again, trying to look at what are we trying to focus on. Obviously, what we're trying to focus on is natural systems and urban forestry. So how exactly that's done, we're going to need to talk about. And, I know an urban forestry department came up with the tree preservation ordinance, and I said kind of the same thing, that we don't have an urban forestry department or an urban forestry department director right now, so I can't write it into the code because it doesn't exist. Now, maybe it'll exist next year, maybe it'll exist in 2 years, that's not my call. So, but what I do see under here is like a lot of things around natural systems and urban forestry. So exactly we're going to have to talk about how to focus on those with our resources. I don't have a clear answer on that. But I do know my recommendation would not be to forward a recommendation that's to create a department, because there's so much that goes into that, including budget, establishing, staffing resources, actions by council. So I think 14 we've kind of talked about. This is really, I've heard some mention about 14 really trying to elevate what the city is doing to be the leader. And it has been clarifying to hear you guys talk about it in terms of like, the city's standards should not be below what we're asking everybody else to do. We should be leading by example. We should be the gold star and doing everything we can and know to do. So I think I understand that. And it's also, I think part of this number 14 is also letting people know all the things we're doing too, because we are doing a lot. And so doing a better job, being transparent about that, getting that information out, showing the community that the city is walking the walk, not just telling them what to do, but we're also doing things.
If I can jump in really quick, Heather, I think also part of 14 is develop and actively maintain web and other public resources. I think what I've heard tonight is it's not necessarily the city developing and actively maintaining those, at least being aware of those that do that already and pointing people in that direction.
Agreed.
So I think
and
that
we've
would be some feedback that I've received today.
Yep, and I've received that same feedback, like with the rebates for electrification as we're building out electrification information. Don't try to redo things and re-say things. Just direct people to the people that are doing it and are keeping theirs up to date and all of that kind of stuff. Let's see, 15 is really, I mean, we have an internal task force we're looking at and working on code updates. So I think it's a modification of that. But that's something that we are already doing across departmental, Rihanna, myself, building. So pulling those together, and of course our legal team. Any other questions on 16 or 17 or 18? I think we are doing a lot with zero waste and pollution ordinances and policies. So fleshing that out as a team, I think those are pretty clear.
Yeah, I think 2024, we're going to see a lot of these things happen.
Yeah. And then 19 went back to the executive summary. So yeah.
And it's a comment, not a question. The Buy Clean California standards, like that was a really good addition and something we missed and probably missed more broadly in the blueprint about the materiality of construction materials within, say, city capital improvements, for example, as being an option. So I thought that was like a good catch and a good elevation and probably something we should look at in other parts of the plan as well. But just wanted to flag that as a good addition.
Do you want to talk about like some of these? Like 19 is more of a recommendation and not an action plan, and so if we're somewhat agreeing on having 20 cornerstone actions, is 19 even an action? And can we could certainly get the TDM and the parking ones back in there maybe.
I mean, 19 could be. 19 could just as easily have been put under the structural.
I think
comments.
it was
In fact,
even
it is.
too. Yeah.
I think we were just really reinforcing that, and particularly in light of the high improbability of having a 50-page document. I think as John restated it, if we can have a short, 10, 15-page, again, very public-friendly document. I think that's the crucial piece.
And therefore, it will be part of the blueprint, and therefore it doesn't need to be a cornerstone action because it'll be there.
I guess on the water one, just because we do have now a little bit of extra time and we got through the 19 pretty quickly. I appreciate my request at the last meeting was that there wasn't a cornerstone action related to water, and there is here. I think this one is a little narrow, in my conversations with the director of public works, there's like a water master plan concept, and I think referencing that is a bigger effort than just like a small but important like incentive program. And to me, when I think resilient water supply, I think what Marin County is doing, both the North Marin Water District and the Central Southern Marin Water District, and they're looking at alternative sources of supply to the Russian River, and I am assuming that's what the water master plan will include, some of that, which is like an actual real resilience plan, not like everyone please do your best to not use water. So I appreciate that there is a water cornerstone action. I don't know if a residential incentive program is the most impactful we can have there.
I think that came out of the fact that we felt that Sonoma Water was addressing those larger issues that you mentioned, similar to Marin. Maybe not. I mean, that was our understanding.
Okay. I think this will have to be a topic for a future meeting. I guess I personally, don't trust Sonoma Water we're at the end of the line for them, and that's like the one after us is Novato, and they're like, hey, we're going to need a plan for not having Russian River water anymore. And so from an adaptation, this is more of an adaptation perspective, like I want Petaluma to have our plan to like have our water, backup water come from our original source, or desalinate the river, and Sonoma Water is not looking at desalinating the river.
There's definitely adaptation, though, I think. I think we kind of struggled with the water chapter in general because it just didn't feel like it was so focused on mitigation, which this document is very focused on mitigation.
I will say that I think in the coming months there will be a discussion at council about the integrated water master plan, and that does go beyond just what we're getting from Sonoma Water. It looks at creating alternative sources. So that doesn't really help for this discussion here, but I think we as staff can look at that and try and figure out, like we did for active transportation versus complete streets, try to find the right bucket or multiple buckets that these actions fall under, and I think we can try to adapt it for that.
Yeah, so this was just mostly focused on using less water.
Yeah.
And most of the water we use that's not really needed is irrigation water. So that's 50% of our water use. So that's kind of where that was going. It could go into the carbon gardening idea, for example. It could be part of the same program, but we're moving a lot of water around for that purpose.
Okay.
Sorry if I missed this. This relates to number 18, item H. I thought I read that this is already happening, that gas-fired landscape equipment is going away.
I believe that's a sale, not necessarily the use of existing equipment.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm, again, getting a little
And
tired.
the state is 2027, the sale?
I thought that the state was much sooner. I thought it was...
It was Jan 1, yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, the North Bay Business Journal had a pretty good article on it. The equipment buyer for Friedman's was mentioned, and so that was positive in that he wasn't like shirking his legal responsibility, you know, but he was very clear, like, we are legally allowed to sell what we have procured already, and we will not be allowed to sell new stuff for this. And so that is in effect.
Okay, so yeah, so the distinction there being
The use. Yeah.
So-
which I definitely support. And I mean, we
Yeah.
have plenty of public comments on the topic, and I think there's, you know, good grounds for that action.
My only addition would be just some kind of, and maybe they're again, this is one of those things, like, is the city doing this, or is county, state, like, you know, some kind of incentive to trade in old equipment to help out, because like I talked to my old gardener who I was like, hey, how would this affect you? He's like, well, I'm unlicensed, so if it's a licensed you know, if you have to be a licensed contractor or something, it's like, that's not going to work for me. So just an FYI about incentive programs and who qualifies. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's the SOAR program that covers this. I think, I think with the state of the budget, if you weren't a leading landscape company, you will probably be left with short shrift. So that is a relevant discussion when we do talk about letter H, you know, that like there is the state funding and program for this, and that funding is probably going away or gone. It's unfortunate that people didn't act and weren't aware of it, you know, but also, you know, the city can regulate how large businesses operate. And I mean, every Tuesday, 5 industrial blowers operate on my block, and for an hour, it's not livable, you know? And so there's things the city could and should do, you know, and I won't get on my high horse on that topic, but I support this one as a cornerstone action.
100%, again, just like those people, you know, not to get on my heart, but I'll get on a little pony. These folks that are using the gas blowers are, you know, that's their livelihood. So, you know, saying you can't use something that's their equipment that they own, I just think there needs to be some kind of, you know, good faith incentive or something. Yeah.
The cities that have done this have been very clear on to who and when, and distinguishing those things and having different timelines. And that's, you know, there's like 2 or 3 large landscape management companies that operate in this town. Councilmember Shribs?
Let's see, for 18, that's the one we're discussing. I just want to talk about F and G. As far as climate change action, F and G sort of like are getting out there for climate action. I know they're a part of integrated pest management, both, and use of plastics, but those are pollutions and things, not quite climate change action. So having it as a cornerstone in climate action, because I could actually show that herbicides and pesticides, because that's my profession I did for many years, actually have a lower carbon footprint than mechanical. And also lots of life-saving things that are going on with that too in certain cases. So including those as climate actions requirement, they really need to be included in the integrated pest management program, along with the whole landscape program, which hopefully will be included with that, is how do you deal with turf and artificial turf. So not quite appropriate for this realm. I think it's appropriate in the IPM realm and the general plan process on that. So that's just my personal opinion from being in the profession.
Okay, I think we've gotten through the 19 items here. I guess I'll make one final comment back to the water one. If we're going to have like a water cornerstone action, I'm not going to say that the like biogas facility and that is a cornerstone action, but of the like improvements to the document and that chapter, I do think the comments I provided are probably the most impactful comments I could make if I had to select them. So that facility is a $15 million facility that my understanding is not operating, you know, and so, you know, we should comment on that in the document. And, you know, if we have room for another cornerstone action,
that would get my vote. So.
Ben, I felt I think we felt we were not knowledgeable enough about that issue to really evaluate how it stood as a cornerstone. So maybe when we come back next month, if you could elucidate that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, part of what I had drafted as like an action chapter was that the Public Works Director in 2024 provide an update to the public in terms of what is this thing? Is it operating? What are the plans of the future for it? We don't have the public at least does not have any knowledge of this other than the meeting where the 15 change orders were approved, to get the contractor off the hook, and my personal conversations with former employees of the wastewater treatment plant are, discouraging. And so the transparency issue and lack of awareness is a big one, because if you ask Recology what's their GHG reduction plan, it's like using Petaluma's facilities biogas, and when the city council gets presentations on using renewable diesel, there are some people that are confused between what is renewable diesel and what is biogas, and so for heavy duty vehicles, understanding your fuel options is one of the larger climate impacts you can make. And so as like the city being a model and a leader, that's where I'm coming from, is like, hey, we're the city. We have this $15 million biogas plant that is now operational thanks to some daylighting. And we are now powering Recology's fleet. And, you FedEx, like, what is your plan to operate your fleet here? Is it a hydrogen plan? Is it an electric plan? Is it a plan that if we had surplus biogas from our facility that you could fuel here? That's a big impact, that the city is one of the few cities in America that has this biogas plant that can be fueled by our wastewater plant. Like one of the few in America that has this facility that has spent the $15 million on it. And so the opportunity is real, the impact can be big, and the leadership can be big, but the public's awareness of it is lacking. Okay, I guess the last item on the agenda is committee member comment. I will defer from naming people by name and just give everyone the opportunity to raise their hand if they choose to make a comment. Okay.
I know it's late, everybody. First of all, I really wanted to commend the ad hoc members. I had a lot of comments and I had a lot of opinions, and those were all meant with total respect and admiration for the hard work that you put in putting this together. And so I wanted to make sure that that was really clear, because, we may have differences of opinion, but we're all on the same team. And you guys did a really remarkable job in a short amount of time, taking on a huge task. So just wanted to say that. And then on more plaudits, this is for the indomitable Rihanna Frank. And we just wanted to thank you so much for your service. Very sad to lose you, but happy the county gets to keep you. We look forward to reading about your exploits and working with you in the very near future. It has been an honor and a pleasure. So from I'm sure all of us to you, thank you so much.
Councilmember Scribbs?
Basically, ditto on that. To both the committee, I think what you came up with was far superior than anything I was thinking or could even possibly do. So I'm really happy that you did what you did, and we brought it forward like this. So we have a really good process on that. Thank you, Rihanna. And that the other report from City Council is the major topic last time, besides the war, was the water, and the water flooding and climate change is coming, and what the impacts is on, so there's new models that's being improved all the time. So if you want to take a look at the maps that are available through there and the presentation, and there's a big difference between flooding from rain versus flooding from sea level rise. And pretty much it's north and south is where things happen, and the center is safer for the most part. But there's still lots of properties that we need to protect from either one, and there's different actions that need to be taken for flooding versus from rain versus flooding from sea level rise. So we'll have to look at those as two different things down the road. And that was the basic sum of the modelers who came in and talked to us.
Thank you. Is there a staff comment? Oh, you have some committee comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Rihanna. I'm sorry. Got to get my southern accent going. It was a really pleasure working with you, and I feel like you really moved us down the road quite a lot. I know you put your heart and soul into it and worked really hard. And, just as evidenced in this process, like we wouldn't have had all of the community input. You really orchestrated that. And I feel like it was very transformative. We hadn't achieved that level of integration of public comment and participation before, not in this commission anyway. So that was a huge effort, and a lot of coalition building and conversations. So I think you've just done an outstanding job, and wish you good luck on your next steps, and just lots of appreciation and gratitude.
Well, everybody else already said all the good stuff, but I will add mine. Rihanna, you jumped into a commission that had never existed anywhere that we're aware of before, so there was no precedent for that. And I think you handled it all with amazing aplomb. So congratulations for grabbing the tiger by the tail and not getting too injured in the process, I hope. So congratulations, and sorry to lose you, and more power to the county. I hope you do more transformative stuff there, and sure we'll cross paths again. So best of luck, and thank you.
Okay, great. I guess barring no other comments, this meeting is adjourned in honor of Miss Frank at 10:17 p.m.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.